Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I did remember to unmute. So don't try to convince me otherwise. I can see the view meter. Also, I can see in the chat we have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Frank S., Jack68K. Yes. No, actually, Jeremy, I am not late. A geek is neither early nor late. They arrive precisely when they intend to. I see people were doubting that I would remember to unmute. Trina. Hello, Trina. We have Joe who is waiting. Yes, Joe. Hope you sorted your trash collection problems. If not, well, you'll sort them at some point. Jeremy, any Amiga fans here? Nah. I mean, yeah, they're neat, but I like other systems better. Let's see here. Sloopy Malibu. We have Max Power. Max is asking, what's the over-under he gets it to boot within an hour? Ooh, that would probably be a bad bet for reasons why I'll probably explain. We have Luke Davis. When you can't afford an SGI, just watch others. Yes, let's see here. Jeremy's saying he recently checked the price of an A600 on eBay, and they're asking almost 300 USD for an untested one. Yeah, that tracks. We have, let's see here. We have the chat scrolling on me. Bad chat window. We have, let's see here, Sorcerer Stan. We have Retro Techie. No Retro Techie. It's an SGI. It potentially could be never fixed. Especially when it's an Octane with compression connectors. It will inevitably unfix itself. Yeah, yeah. Yes, Max saying when the Amiga came out, I couldn't afford it. 40 years later, I still can't afford it. Yes, Amigas can go for big money in working condition. Let's see here. Come on, chat. Work with me. Chat keeps scrolling. Yes, let's see here. Trying to make sure I don't miss anyone. We have Starbuck Tech, who may or may not be here. And we have Adam McGee. Is this a good place to buy a set of overalls? Well, no, but I can recommend some. Anyways, so Jeremy's asking, how's the temperature in my basement now? I'll probably turn on my fan at some point. Anyways, so tonight, the item I am working on is underneath the workbench top because there is no way I can. It's just too heavy to keep moving up and down and up and down and up and down. So at the moment, it's underneath the workbench. However, that is because first, channel announcements, and I can get a more exact temperature in my basement as soon as I figure out where one of my thermometer thingies went. Because I've got one that has a dead battery, but I've got another one floating around here somewhere. Channel announcements. Let's see here. Coffee links are in the description. Helps me buy things you'll later see on the channel. Also helps me buy supplies like isopropyl alcohol for cleaning things. It helps me buy upgraded system boards for SGIs that I haven't even installed IRIX on yet. Helps me buy wonderful things like Raspberry Pis. and lots of other cool stuff. So, but always, I'm glad you're here. In any case, I do, though, make sure you smash that like button into oblivion. Just clicking it once will work. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. That way you'll know when I go live for any of my computer shenanigans. Because believe me, I have plenty more stuff around me to work on in the upcoming weeks and months. And Luke's asking, does it happen to be that fan? Points to badly hidden Lasco box fan. No. And yes. So no, I don't need to turn on that fan. However, just off screen, and I'm pointing at it now, it's just off screen. In fact, actually, if I turned my well, okay, I think now you can just like see the really badly okay, I'm having trouble pointing, but like you see, there you go. There's the Lasco fan I'll turn on in a little while. The off frame one. The one that whoop, nope. There are some disasters that are best left hidden. You don't need to see my ceiling beams. You know, that's why I don't move this camera. There we go. All right, now it looks like the world's crooked. And there went something off my workbench. Yes, I bumped the monitor. Anyways, let's see here. Raspberry Pi, yes. Maybe next stream you can finish painting your basement. Oh, speaking of next stream, it will be next Tuesday. So I will not be streaming Thursday because I'm having this tooth, my molar that's cracked. It's being extracted Thursday morning. So I will not be streaming Thursday. Although I did tell Sloopy that depending on how I'm feeling, I'd join the Coco Gaming Challenge as a non-speaking game-playing participant. So, if Sloopy, if you want to make sure I get the information to connect, if I'm feeling up to it, I'll drop in and play a game. But I'm not streaming Thursday because I'm just going to, if I feel up to it, I'll join that for a few minutes and play a game. So, anyways, yeah. So next week, I think I'm gonna do an Apple versus PC stream week again because, well, I have the Apple II clone needs some work, and then I think because I have everything for it, I'm going to do my live stream for the cheap PC challenge. So I think next week it'll be Apple II clone and the cheap PC challenge. So that's looking ahead. Adams, I've never seen so much floor space in a basement. Yeah, I've got plenty of floor space, and I would kind of like to keep the floor space. I'm gonna have to get some shelves at some point. Let's see here, Luke Davis. Oh, yeah. Raspberry Pis are stupid expensive at the moment. Yeah. Well, that's kind of why I jokingly showed this box here. I showed it really briefly, but no, this is not the Raspberry Pi I'm using tonight. But I did manage to find this one. It was almost going to be the one I was using tonight. Yes, that is actually, yes, if you're wondering, is this a Model A that I somehow stashed away somewhere and managed to find recently? Yes, this is a Raspberry Pi Model A that has never been used. See, there you go. It's got the one USB port, no network. So that was going to be fun if I had to use it because I was going to have to use. Actually, that was going to be really fun to use because I'd either get to use keyboard or network adapter. Or I'd have to find a USB hub, but luckily, I just happened to be browsing the service formerly known as Twitter at the right time and saw the Pi Finder update, and I managed to pick up a Raspberry Pi 4 Model B at MSRP from Chicago Electric, I think. So anyways, yes. We won't have to suffer through a Raspberry Pi that has only one USB port. So this is what I'm going to be trying to boot the SGI with. Oh, and hey, Mikey. Yes. Let's see here. Not sure if you know, but the Computer History Museum, where we just had VCF West this past weekend, used to be SGI World Headquarters. I actually think I remember someone mentioning that, but cool to remember that again. Well, I am an East Coaster, so VCF West is like probably the most difficult one for me to get to. Although I'm sure someone that flies airlines would probably be like, well, I don't know, that one might be the easiest because that at that point you just have to fly, so no worrying about driving. So, anyways, let's see here. Jeremy found some files to make a clone of the Wapple card for the IBM PC and XT. Okay. Oh, was that thing LGR showed off? Everyone doesn't have a Sloopy Malibu. Everyone doesn't have a Raspberry Pi 4 still in the box like I do. Well, um, Sloopy, for at least the next 30 seconds, I still have a Raspberry Pi 4 that's still in the box. However, this is going to be exiting the box very shortly because I need to actually use it. Adam's like, Adam's telling me my Raspberry Pi Model A is a collector's item now. Well, the box is kind of smashed, but yeah, at this point, that's kind of, I'm holding on to it for one of their anniversaries. I don't know, maybe they're, probably missed their 15th anniversary. So maybe at this point, I'll hold on to this for their 20th anniversary, and then we'll pull this out, and then whatever their current model is, and we'll compare the two, and it'll be no contest. But and now people want Pi. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, Jeremy's Raspberry. Oh yeah, the Raspberry Pi 4 Jeremy won is in the Mac clone case that Joe 3D printed for you. Cool. Oh, hey Justin. Yeah, I just managed to snag this at the right time. Adam has a Pi 4 on his Ruscuzzy that he's not planning to use anymore. Well, this Raspberry Pi 4, at least in the short term, is going to be my SGI boot server, and there we go. It is now no longer sealed in the box. There we go. Raspberry Pi 4. And I think I just realized that I have the wrong things to plug into this down here at the moment. All right. Hold, please, while I attempt to find... Yes, I think I just realized that the Raspberry Pi 4 has micro HDMI and USB-C. Oh, and a micro SD card. All right, well, it looks like I might have to use that Model A after all. No, just kidding. Probably will have to go upstairs and grab a few things. Let me see here. Adam says, if I install it in a Mac, then it's an apple pie. Yes, I guess it would be. All right. Yeah, the funny thing is, before the stream, I was looking for the keyboard that I have that is a British keyboard because I thought I would outsmart the Raspbian and I was going to plug in a British keyboard and like, ha! Now all the keys work without having to change the keyboard layout. I couldn't find it, but little did I know what I actually needed to find was things that I'm going to have to go find USB-C cable. Okay, I know. All right. Well, I know where I got a USB-C cable. Somewhere I should have a micro HDMI cable. And I'm going to have to go get my SD card adapter so that I can write a new card. Brain no work tonight. Also, it seems like my internet keeps going up and down. So, all right. Well, I guess I will go through the other two packages I have before I go upstairs and grab the USB-C power adapter, because I gotta take a moment to figure out where my micro HDMI cable is, because otherwise I'm going to have to use SSH, and I don't really want to use SSH because you'll see me struggle for like 30 minutes to an hour. So let's go through my other two packages here. So if you watched my video where I went through what I got at the swap meet, and all right, you'll have to give me a moment here. I got to Oh, okay. Well, that explains the email I got from UPS this morning. All right. So these are just things I bought on eBay. But if you all will remember the I guess the swap meet pickup live stream, I showed off the SGI, and I think I actually showed it on camera. I paid $75 for that, and now I have actually spent 100 and actually no. I think I've spent close to $300 on things for the SGI. So we'll go through those here. So this box here, which I just realized why UPS was making a big deal about, we're going to deliver this today because we have a driver in the area. It's because this came UPS was UPS SurePost. So this retro techie is a hard drive. I know, old technology. So anyways, this should be a hard drive, and this should plug straight into the SGI. So cool. That is a 73 gigabyte, 10,000 RPM Fujitsu hard drive. That's Ultra 320 SCSI drive. So this will plug straight in. This will be easier than trying to use a blue SCSI and weird adapters. And I was going to have to find a high byte Terminator adapter doodle. Then Xenocide on the Tinker Different Discord said, "Oh, hey, by the way, I know a guy selling hard drives. By the way, that guy's me," and he pointed me towards their auction listing for this exact drive. He said this will work in the Octane. So I have a hard drive for it. So thanks, Xenocide, for pointing me straight to an auction listing that would work with it. And actually, I got a pretty good price on it too. I made him an offer. So yeah, I could have used adapter doodles, but quite honestly, I think I spent less on that hard drive. And honestly, Ultra 320 SCSI, I mean, I was going to bottleneck the SCSI bus with the blue SCSI, so. All right, now what is this? Now, this is something Ian of Simply Vintage PCs. Check out his YouTube channel. He's the guy that sold me the Octane at the swap meet. And he kept saying, "Justin, I think you really need to buy this for your Octane. It'll be a really good upgrade for it." Hey, Eric. So after he told me a couple times, yeah, you should get this. Go ahead, get this. You'll regret not getting it. I took the hint and I bought it. Let me just say, this box was actually, well, I knew it was going to be heavy, but this box is actually pretty substantially heavy. And for those of you, those SGI users out there, okay, Justin says there's some new old stock 300 gig U320 drives. I'll go look for those. For you SGI people out there, you might kind of already have an idea what this might be, based on the fact that this package is apparently brought to us by the letters B and C and the number $125. But this this is or at least what this is supposed to be, and I am sure hoping there is a compression connector cap on this, or I might be having a SADS. I hope that's a cap on that connector. This is actually the entire assembly. More believe it or not, there's only one expansion card on this assembly. This is actually the entire part that slides into the SGI, but so this is actually an upgraded graphics card, but it's on the entire assembly for, so actually I can just pull mine out of the SGI and put this one in. Ian said, okay, this upgraded graphics card is a whole lot less finicky. You'll have less trouble with it because apparently the low-end graphics card that's in my SGI Octane, it, even when it was new, it was a finicky card, and users usually had to reseat it. Yes. That is not a proper compression cap connector. That is a piece of paper. That is not how you're supposed to protect those. But that is why I have oh, well, that's annoying. Well, anyways, so I've got a proper cap. It's 3D printed. It's not on there very well, but at least it's better than a piece of paper. So this, I think, is the ESSI graphics card. Whatever that actually might equate to a name. But there we go. This is the actual graphics card. The rest of this is actually the frame that goes into the Octane. So this frame actually could hold up to 4 expansion cards that go, this is the compression connector. So, which actually, I will show you what a compression connector here is. For those of you that don't know what it is, I've got a system board here that I think the compression connectors, at least one of them, got wrecked. So, luckily, I really bought it mainly for the CPU that was on it. So, anyways, so this is, I guess, one of the single width graphics card. They actually made them that would actually go in the A and D locations. And Joe, for your sanity, I do not know why. I cannot explain why SGI called this A and D, and the other side is B and C. I do not know why they didn't call this A and B, and the other side C and D. That would have made more sense, but whatever. Yeah. Luke says, I hate compression connectors. Yeah. I'm very quickly despising them as well. Justin says, eep, that paper, quote, air quotes, cover is something. Luke is now saying, that is a GPU? Yes, this is a GPU. I have no idea what is under this heatsink, and I'm not going to look. But yeah, this is the GPU. I could actually get the texture memory upgrade, and it would slot in right here. I may do that at some point. Yeah, it's gigantic. So, anyways, okay. Now for those of you, so I'm gonna put this in the SGI at some point. I mainly wanted to pull it out of the box. So, yeah, but you could have a graphics card that would go in both these slots. Now, the other side, I don't think it supports graphics cards. Also, I believe this got broken at some point. Yep, that's definitely broken. Well, I probably will put this graphics card on my carrier at some point because mine's not broken, or at least I don't think it is. But anyways, yeah. So you could have up to 4 like high-speed cards. I don't know what SGI made for these, but okay. Now, for those of you that don't know what a compression connector is, Luke says there's probably 4 chips under this heatsink, and actually, there's probably 4 main chips under there. Oh, actually, there's a lot more than 4 chips under there. Now, the number of chips that's actually contacting the heatsink might be 4, but yeah, actually, the video memory is actually underneath the heatsink, but not touching it. So, but yeah, okay, what is a compression connector? Because you're probably thinking, why did I immediately want to put a cap on that, and now I don't really want to take that cap off to show you what a compression connector is? All right, well, first of all, I think we have IBM to blame for compression connectors, and hopefully for anyone that's in the know, they will probably now immediately realize once I show you what a compression connector is, why they're... Okay, I just gotta set that there, I guess. Yeah, they're horribly complex. So, what is this compression connector I keep talking about? That I so this is the system board I bought for like $70 off Mercari, and I can't get my SGI to boot with it in. It's actually the same revision board that's in mine, but it has the 400 megahertz processor. So actually, at some point, I will be removing the processor and putting it in my system board because it should be a swap. I've already pulled the RAM that was on the system board off and put it in mine. So I have a RAM upgrade. This board had at least, I think, 512 megs of RAM on it. This system board version supports up to 2 gigabytes of RAM. Yes, luckily, of all the things SGI did wrong, putting a half AA PRAM battery was not one of them. So it uses a Dallas module. But anyways, all right. Y'all are like, enough hemming and hawing. What's this fabled compression connector? Ignore my numbers that I wrote on the caps. That was just to remind me what size cap it was for when I brought some printed samples home and test fit to see which one's printed at the correct size. So, I know this is going to be incredibly hard to see even if I try to show you. But this is a compression connector. So, note, there are no pins. That is like, I don't know how many gold pads, copper pads, gold pad. I think they're gold. That the documentation says has dendrites on them that will make contact with an identical looking thingamajig on the backplane. These are very fragile. You do not touch them with your hands. You're supposed to put the official SGI compression cap cover on them anytime you pull this out of the system, which is why I 3D printed some, because I did actually get this from the same seller that I got the graphics card from. Yes, it had paper covers on them as well. I'm hoping that um, that wasn't a mistake. I thought that this system board is like really heavy. I'd kind of like to find out that I unscrewed this CPU and realize it wasn't seated all the way or something silly like that, or something wasn't seated. But anyways, yeah, that's a compression connector. So that connector looks exactly the same as the one that's on this graphics card. In fact, the system board has two compression connectors. Each one of these cards has a compression connector. They all connect to a backplane that's in the SGI that has a big honking ASIC on it with a big heatsink and a fan on it. That's the backplane. I think it's basically the switch fabric for the backplane. So yeah. So yeah, let's see here. Trying to think. Oh, hey Jesse, welcome. And Bruce, welcome. Adam says he used to work for Sun Microsystems, so I was taught to make fun of SGI. At the same time, we deployed Macs for the front-end administrative departments. Well, Adam, I think there are some things that you could probably still make fun of SGI for doing, like compression connectors. Really? Did you really have to go to IBM for compression connectors? Surely you could have found some like pin and sockets that would have done the same thing. Whatever. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, there's only one video. Oh, let's see. I'm not sure if that's related. Oh, okay. You are talking about MacBooks with the NVIDIA graphics, effective NVIDIA graphics chips. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. Justin Pope says the compression connector is basically a flex cable with springs behind it. Okay. Yeah, they are very fragile. Let's see here. That looked bent from your point of view. Yeah, it's very possible the compression connector on that board was bent. That might be why it's not seating, or why it's not working. Hoping this one looks. I hope this one's fine. It doesn't look bent. Anyways, I'm gonna pull the CPU off that board. Bruce, I am glad you got that Quadra 840 AV unpacked. You gave me a workout watching you unpack it. Whew. I kept having to close my eyes because you were opening with that scalpel, and yeah. I'm glad you got the thing unpacked though. I haven't finished I had to stop watching the videos so that I wouldn't be later than I was, but woo, buddy. That was a workout. Adam, is a Pentium 3 a wanted machine? Yeah, I think, yeah, I agree with Jesse. That would probably sell. Yeah, Pentium 3s and Pentium 4s are desirable. Yeah, pull that Zip 250 drive. You can put that in something else. Bruce said that Quadra 840 AV nearly killed him. Whew! I know. That was a workout. All right. Just good thing your list doesn't have a Octane on it, Bruce, because if you thought unpacking a Quadra 840 AV in a box like that was difficult, yeah, I think the Octane is like twice the weight. So, anyways, let's see here. All right, so I've gone through all my packages. I managed to not show my address on the screen. That's a win. I could go upstairs and go grab the things I need to set my Raspberry Pi up, but I could also plug power into my Octane. Well, actually, no. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I would power up my Octane right now to show you that it powers up, but it actually won't power up right now because the graphics card probably needs reseated. Um, oh, hello, Apple's Anonymous, and welcome, Retro Tech Chris. Speaking of people that got workouts lately by moving computers. Ah, he's downstairs categorizing Max. It's his new life. Adam McGee says he loves his Quadra 800 pre-spindler plastics, and it's got factory tantalums. Yep, that's a lot to love there. Well, I have to say, so far, I appreciate that SGI did not cheap out with capacitors, because I have yet to see an electrolytic capacitor on the system board or the graphics cards, so I'm sure at some point I'm going to find electrolytics, but they're probably in the power supply. Because, oh, hey Thomas, welcome. All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to walk around to the backside of my workbench. I will turn the microphone so that you can hear me, but I am going to put this board into my Octane, because in any case, to power up my Octane, I am going to have to reseat the graphics board, so I might as well just go ahead and jam this one in. Oh, Chris, I will take an image writer, or I'll even take 2 image writers. I was basically, hey Chris, I'll tell you what. After everyone else has claimed image writers, I'll help you with some of the extras, because I know there'll be extras. Although if you want, I'll put myself down for at least 1 image writer. But I'll help you with extras. Oh, Jeremy says if it's an image writer 1, he does. So I don't know what an image writer 1 looks like right offhand, but I do know that it seemed like those image writers don't look like image writer 2s. So I I'll so I guess Chris, if you want to take a photo of the image writer, and well, I'm streaming, so I can't add myself to the spreadsheet right offhand, but I'll put it on the spreadsheet when I get a chance. Yeah, if you take a picture of the image writer and post it to Discord, Chris, then Jeremy would probably be able to say, "Yep, that's an image writer 1," or what. Luke's asking, how expensive is shipping 1 to England? Do they go with the classic 2? Oh. Yeah, Eric's asking, do you know why I have 1 image writer? Because I do not want to. Oh, Retrotech Chris says they are all 1s, so... Or, well, it looks like, Chris, that at least 2 more of the image writers can, will have homes. Alright, let me go put this graphics card in before I spend the next 3 hours talking. Because I think you all would like to see the Octane maybe boot at least once. But, okay, if I put this graphics card in, it's only going to post. Oh, I do need a screwdriver. Oh, I put the screwdriver in my pocket. Never mind. All right. Okay, I have turned the microphone where you'll probably be able to better hear me. I would. Unfortunately, the Octane is just so big, I can't really put it on my workbench and be able to do anything else. So you'll have to just bear with the fact that it's in a not convenient spot for showing it on camera. I may pull open Droid Cam though to show you what it does when I try to power it up. But all right. Fortunately, I wasn't really thinking, and hold on just 1 second. I need to grab something that I can set things on top of. All right. The lid to a computer. That will, all right. Let's see here. Excellent. All right. So when removing or inserting the cards from the Octane, the instructions do say to have the machine unplugged. So my machine is unplugged. And all right. I just pulled my card out, and I'm going to immediately put the cap on it that I put on the new card. Well, I don't see the difference between mine and the new card, but, well, I don't know. SGI did subtle things, I guess. All right, and then I'm going to insert the new card. So I got to bear with me as I line the oh. Oh, please continue to hold. I'm having trouble lining up things. All right. To help me not completely wreck joints that I will later regret, I just went and grabbed some of these wonderful Harbor Freight floor mat thingamadoodles that I bought that are still in the package. And I have to say they're not that comfortable to lay on in their packaged configuration, but better than a concrete floor. And basically, I got to line this whole thing up. There is a plastic guide on the bottom and top, and I have to somehow manage to line the metal plate that is in between the four card positions into that plastic guide. And I'll add that it's very hard to see where that plastic guide is once you start inserting the cards, but all right. It looks like I just did get it aligned. And now I got to push the card in. There we go. And all right, I think I got them in. All right. So let me just plug the video cable in, and I'll see if I can find and the power cord. All right. Very good. All right. I will be back on camera momentarily. Okay, I will at least give SGI this. I think the board that has the graphics card, I like its it was a little more sure that I got it in. Here. I think I've got this cable plugged into VGA2 on the capture card. All right. I do not guarantee that we will see a video image the first try. I may have to reseat this card. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right. We got fans. We got a red light on the front. Yes! We have a video image. Woo! The paper protector, in huge air quotes, did not destroy the compression connector of the graphics card. Whew. Okay, I feel relieved on that one. Okay, don't worry. Yes, some diagnostics just failed, but that's okay. Keyboard diagnostic failed for good reason, because there's no keyboard plugged in. The internal SCSI diagnostic failed because there's no SCSI device plugged in internally. The external SCSI diagnostic failed because there's no external SCSI device plugged in. So, I'm waiting because I think it's going to spit out another message or two here in a moment, maybe. Probably after it gives up trying to boot from a network server. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, score 1 for me. I was getting worried because I was trying this new system board and shuffling things, and even when I put the old board back in, I was having trouble getting graphics. It was getting late because I think I did it after the end of my live stream. Yeah, that's right. I spent another like hour dorking with things after that live stream where I showed that I'd had the system board. So, anyways, I was hoping there was just the graphics board needed reseated, and I suspect that was the case. So, all right. That is very good. The other good thing is, I don't know how good of a memory diagnostic the SGI does on a boot, but that probably at least means that the memory that was in this new system board wasn't at least horribly, awfully bad, that it did bad things. But yeah. All right, let me see here. Let's see what I missed in the chat. Let's see here. Oh yeah, luckily, let's see here. The last thing I saw in the chat was the... Oh yeah. Chris is saying image writers are heavy. Yeah, they are heavy. Let's see here. Joe says he would claim one of the image writers if he had space for it. But he has to make space for an Amiga. Oh, thank you, Adam. Let's see here. Francois. Hey, Francois is asking, can too many printers cause a singularity? Either Steve doesn't have too many printers to cause the singularity, or the answer is no. I suspect it's the first one. I guess maybe we'll just have to take a road trip and drop those printers off on Steve's front porch. And then run, just in case that singularity happens. Jeremy has no top cover for one. Alright, let's see here. Joe's Computer Museum is out of this world, Eric. He just said so. Yeah, Eric. Let's see here. Oh, thanks for updating the spreadsheet, Chris. Luke says, Can you send me an image writer kit? Basically. Introducing the RetroTech Chris Image Writer Part of the Month Club, where every month you will receive a new to you but used Image Writer 1 part. After X number of months of subscription, you too can put together that image writer that you've always dreamed of since you were a kid. Call now, supplies are limited. 555-1212, that's 555-1212. Luke then says, screw that, I had a nightmare putting my G3 iMac back together. Yeah. The way they put printers together, oh boy, those would be so much fun putting back together. In fact, actually disassembling them could be a trick too. Yeah, Jesse says, PowerPC Macs are really easy to put together or near impossible. There didn't seem to be an in-between. I have to agree with you there. Mikey says, I seem to always do the same activity during live streams, sorting cables. Oh, iMac G3 inner bezel for sale for couple hundred bucks. Oof. Wow. Yeah. Unfortunately, and it's probably really fragile too. Luke wants to buy it and then make a 3D scanned replica. Yeah, if maybe we could only somehow cut out the needing to buy one to scan it to make a replica, but Francois says, I suppose if you drink sparkling water, meanwhile, it qualifies as a bubble sort. Unfortunately, I don't have the chugging a whatchamacallit video. Let's see here. Blah 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 blah. Let's see. Oh. Oh, well, hi, not me. And hey, Nick, welcome. Yes. See here, I'm trying to keep up with the chat here. Oh, yeah, Franca says, oh, yeah, I forgot to add during my fake advertisement, just pays separate shipping and handling. Mikey says, I'm calling right now. Adam says, I called that number and they asked me how many copies of Freedom Rock I wanted on LP or 8-track. Yes, Jeremy, you may. Yeah, Joe says, the Death Star Lego chugging garage video. Yeah. All right. All right. So that's good. Graphics card seems to work. Okay. I'm actually going to shut the Octane down because, well, I'm almost tempted to put the processor that's in this card in it. But there's like a big warning in the Octane user guide. It's like, before performing any upgrades, power off computer and let sit for like 5 minutes or possibly a longer time period. Components inside get extremely hot, may cause burns. Do not put Octane in lap while driving car. Warnings like that. Okay, maybe that last warning's not actually in the user guide, but because I don't know how you would fit an Octane in your lap while driving, they're kind of large. Chris says handling is free, just the shipping. Please, get these out of my house! Hi all, RetroTech Chris here. So glad to see you. Please help me, I have too many Macs in my house. Disclaimer, I'm not actually RetroTech Chris, but I think I nailed his intro. So, Chris, how did I do on remembering your intro. Oh, okay. Justin says the Octane might have switched to serial output only after it realized there was no keyboard connected. Ah, okay. Very good. I may have to find a serial cable. I'm sure I've got one around here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. Chris says that was really close. Okay. He's like, it's just I've not had to say get these Macs out of my house before in an intro. Is Octane in a car thing a reference to the Japanese Wii user got? Oh man, I forgot about that. Oh, Mikey says there were too many Macs at VCF West and not enough Cocos. Oh man, yeah, I know. Oh, Chris is pointing out his intro is, "Hey everyone, Chris here again. Welcome back to the channel. We're glad you're here." Okay. Okay, well, I was close. Well, I mean, I didn't want to run afoul of YouTube's impersonation policies, so I had to ad lib. So, anyways, yeah. Unfortunately, I think that's the thing with VCF events is inevitably, yeah, sometimes there's like too many of one system and not enough of another. It's kind of it's like a potluck. You never know when you go to a potluck whether you're going to have like 12 trays of fried chicken or 12 trays of deviled eggs or 12 trays of chocolate cake. It's a potluck. Luke's asking, when is there a VCF United Kingdom? Who's going to buy the Money Pit projects? Well, yeah, Nick says, sounds like winning either way. All right. Actually, I just realized I don't have the screwdriver. I need to remove this processor. Hold on. I know I've got the screwdriver bit around here somewhere. Yep, I'll go ahead and I think I'll go ahead and see if I can't do the CPU swap real quick, and then we'll get to setting up the Raspberry Pi, because I'm still trying to figure out where I've got the micro HDMI adapter. I know I've got it somewhere. Jeremy says chicken wings marinated in McLard's barbecue sauce. Well, if I take that to a potluck, I'm going to need more McLard's barbecue sauce. But that does sound like a good idea. Okay, what did I do with... I believe my workbench likes to eat the tools that I need. Like, I'll need the flat-bladed screwdriver bit, and my workbench eats it. And then I'll find it once I need, like, something else. And, well, I just found the wrong HDMI adapter, but I know I've got a cable around here somewhere. It's probably on my shelf, around where my Raspberry Pi stuff is. Okay. One of these days, I'm just going to clean off my workbench. Actually, I will, because I've got a video to work on. So, the post office told me that I'd have the package today, but, well, apparently it's arriving tomorrow, which means I'm either going to end up shooting some video tomorrow night or later this weekend. But I've got I've got a project video that I'll be creating soon, like hopefully really soon. So unfortunately, the post office told me in my informed delivery email this morning, is like, we've got this package from DHL for you today. And well, believe it or not, that was not in my mailbox. And actually, I was considering it. DHL was telling me it'd be here on Wednesday. I was surprised the post office had it because it's DHL, but then again, DHL is really not a huge thing here in the US, or maybe they are. And B, I was pretty well thinking that if DHL is telling me Wednesday, then it's going to be delivered Wednesday, not Tuesday. But whatever. I don't know, Chris. I'll ponder the idea. But maybe we can. Maybe we can. Well, if we're going to do it on my channel, that means I'm probably going to have to, well, we'll have to, I'll have to set, we'll have to set something up in OBS, because I don't use StreamYard. Although, maybe I might, I don't know, there's another streaming service I've been wanting to try, maybe, I don't know, I could be induced to, subscribing to it so that I could try it out. And not have to run their advertising banner on the screen. I mean, heck, I might, well, actually, they've got streaming limits if you're using the free plan, which would kind of preclude an all-day stream. But, that's neither here nor there. I'm struggling to find the tool I'm looking for, so that probably just means I need to stop looking for it and it'll show up. Yeah, I'll bring my OBS profile. Yeah, yeah. Oh, hey, Hav. Yes, Hav's got a great suggestion. Don't use Zoom. Yeah. I'm actually going to, next, our Toastmasters Club uses Zoom, and next Toastmasters meeting I'm in, which will have to be next Thursday, even though I would rather tell them this Thursday, but I'll be driving back from the dentist's office, so it's not happening this Thursday. But yeah, I'm going to highly suggest that maybe we consider a different virtual meeting platform other than Zoom for our Toastmasters meetings even. But yeah. Apparently, Zoom changed their terms of service. Now, with no opt-out, they can use your meetings to train AI without your permission. There's no opt-out. It's like, if you have a Zoom meeting, they can train their AI with it. So, yeah, that's not cool. So, oh, did I see Mac 84 clean his desk today? No, I didn't. Simazi Macker, however you pronounce that. Yeah, that does suck, Joe. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, let's see, that's the all-day stream question. Oh, well, have a good evening, Adam. So, yep, family matters, definitely understand. See here. Let's see here. So, yep. Hey, Jeff, Hav, welcome. Joe's giving me the pronunciation. Sima Simac. Yeah. Chris says Mac 84 has a box on the way. All right. Golly gee, why do all my tools run away? I don't know. Jack68K says, I just say borked. Yeah, that works. Yes. Speaking of things that are borked, that would be my clone Apple II, which is why I'll be live streaming it, like, probably next Tuesday, because I would like to unbork it. Yeah, the good news is I managed to acquire a Disk 2 controller card so that I could boot up Computer Inspector and Oregon Trail to see what color capabilities it had. And since that came in and there was a corroded pin on it, I'd like hooked it up last night and tried it. And well, I got Computer Inspector to boot, no color. I ran a memory test, it passed. I booted up Oregon Trail, I played a little of that. That seemed to be working, no colors on the screen. And then I got the bright idea to put in the language card I'd bought for the system. Not realizing that the Saturn memory expansion clone card that came with it actually acts as a language card if you put it in slot 0, so I didn't need to buy a language card for it. So I put the language card in, I connect the ribbon cable to the memory socket like you're supposed to, I turn the Mac on, I hear a beep, it started to boot, and then it told me you need a 48K, a Mac with at least 48K to run this program. I think I had Computer Inspector disk in it. Like, okay. So I was like, well, that's weird. Powered it off, made sure that the language card was incorrect, powered it back up, got the beep, it started to boot, got the same error. I'm like, okay, this is really weird. Let me pull the language card out. Maybe it's got some bad RAM on it, even though the eBay seller tested it, quote. Although it's a person that sells lots of Apple II parts. They probably did test it. So anyways, yep, pulled that card out, left Computer Inspector in the drive, powered up, I get a beep, screen full of garbage. The garbage looked like it was the contents from the disk, because it looked like it had started to try to boot the disk. But there were some strings in that garbage text that looked like they were strings from the disk. So I'm like, okay, maybe it had an auto boot failure this time. So I power cycled it, got the same thing. And then I power cycled it again, and I got a mostly white screen with little black rectangles missing. It was like it was like the screen was full of a character that has 3 or 4 quadrants filled and one's blank, and I was like, oh great. And Joe says it's bad RAM. I hope it's not bad RAM. I have no replacement memory modules for it, but I'm still going to live stream it Tuesday. I'm actually wondering if it's a bad CPU or a bad 74 series logic chip, but yeah. Joe says it's bad RAM. I have no idea why installing a language card would kill RAM, but it's probably a coincidence. Joe says it's bad RAM. Okay, well, maybe I won't be live streaming that Tuesday, because if Joe says it's bad RAM, then I better order some RAM. And the best price on RAM is China. Joe says language card is on the bus with the RAM, so it breaks the RAM. Probably just a coincidence. Yeah, probably. Probably just a coincidence. Okay. Well, I guess either I'm going to buy an Apple III memory card that's got 4116s on it, so I have some spare memory chips. There's no guarantee those are going to work. Or I'll buy some 4116s from China. Again, there's no guarantee those are going to work. Looks like I'm about to buy some memory chips. Joe says he'd strip the machine down to the base 16K of RAM, then do some chip swapping. They're 4116s, Thomas. It's an Apple II Plus clone. So they're 4116s. Yeah, the language card is 4116s. The system's 4116s, and I think the Saturn clone card might be 4116s. I'll go check. Because actually, I'm going to take a quick break here, go upstairs, grab a USB-C power adapter. I'm going to give up on trying to remove the heatsink from the system board here, because I don't know where my flat-bladed screwdriver is. I'll swap it when I find it. We're going to go ahead and set up the Raspberry Pi. Thomas is saying 4116s from an arcade shops. Well, I don't have any arcade shops around here, so any way I do it, I'm going to have to order 4116s. And I don't really want to spend an arm and a leg on them, but I'm going to. Yeah. Oh, good night, Francois. I'm just trying to decide the best way. Is it getting one of those Apple III memory cards? I don't know how many I need, Sloopy. Until I figure out how many are dead, I don't know how many I need. Let me see here. Joe says, who wants to make bets that the incoming thunderstorm will take out his power so he won't be able to do my after midnight server maintenance? Well, let's put it this way, Joe. So we've got the Mega Millions lottery here in the US. It's up to like $1.5 billion, probably like 1.6, 1.7 billion by the time everyone buys their tickets today and they do the drawing. Odds of winning are like 1 in 300 million. And all that said, to say that Joe's odds of losing power now, knowing he has maintenance he needs to do after midnight, is like 300 million to 1. I would not buy a lottery ticket today, Joe, because yeah, that yeah, you pretty much have guaranteed you're going to lose power tonight. Can you put off the maintenance until tomorrow night? Yeek. All right. Well, actually, Sloopy, thank you. The oh, Chris says the Magic 8 Ball says you'll keep your power. I certainly hope you keep your power. I'm hoping that my little analogy is overblown, because actually, usually when I least want to lose power is when I lose it. Yeah. Well, actually, Sloopy, yep, that'll be good. But also, I guess I will still stream next Tuesday troubleshooting the board. Because actually, even if it turns out I got a bad 74 series logic chip, I've got some of those, but there's no guarantee I'll have the replacement. But yeah, I guess I can do some troubleshooting and might figure out exactly how many bad memory chips I have. The good news is none of them are MT RAM. The bad news is all electronics will eventually fail. So just because there's no MT RAM doesn't mean I don't have a bad memory chip. Anyways. Oh, okay. Joe says it's a scheduled outage involving public safety, so it only gets rescheduled if you're physically unable to do the thing. Ah, gotcha. Well, in the name of public safety, I hope you actually are able to have your scheduled outage and do it. Oh, Sloopy's gonna bring me 16 tested ones. Excellent. I certainly hope that's more than enough memory chips. So, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go take a short break. I'm gonna go grab a power adapter. I'm going to go set this somewhere safe, because it's not entirely certain that the compression connectors on this system board are borked. But oh, wait a minute. Actually, I think I now see the problem with the system board. Guess what? The compression connectors are borked. Something tells me that this is probably not supposed to flex as much as it is. Also, I think the ribbon cable thingamadoodle's loose on one of them. Anyways, I don't want to completely destroy it in case it actually isn't borked. Anyways. Ah! Sloopy wants me to distract Chris while he grabs all the Mac stuffs. Well, I don't know that if I can do that, Sloopy, because I do have my name on a few items. All right. Yeah, let me go grab a few things upstairs. And oh, Luke says I like power cuts in arcades and places with embedded systems. I enjoy watching stuff reboot in the wild. Actually, I do too. Quite satisfying. So, all right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a USB-C power adapter, a micro SD card, my SD card adapter, and hopefully a micro HDMI to HDMI cable so that I can plug this Raspberry Pi 4 in. We'll set up the software to remote boot and air quote remote boot an Octane, or actually I think any SGI system that can run IRIX 65, 22 or 30. So Oh, hey, Steve, welcome. You joined just in time for me to let you know that there there may or may not be a bunch of printers headed to your porch to test the scientific theory that if you have too many printers in one space, it causes a singularity. No, just kidding. At least I think I'm just kidding. Anyways, let me go upstairs and grab a few things. I'll be right back. All right, well, the good news is I found the USB-C power adapter. That was easy. I just swiped the one that I use for my headphones I wear on Dave's stream. And I found the HDMI cable. It was plugged into my scaler in my office. Luckily, I had the forethought of following the HDMI cable plugged into it to the other end and realized, oh, there's my micro HDMI cable. Now, the one thing I haven't found yet, and that is because apparently I have set it in a totally creative place, would be my SD card adapter that I will need to write an SD card image. So, unless I realize I never carried it back upstairs after Dave's stream, I'm going to have to go back upstairs and take another look for it. So, be nice in the chat. And yep, it looks like I did carry it upstairs, and I probably set it somewhere other than its normal resting spot. So, one jiffy, and we'll see you later, Thomas. And hopefully I will have that adapter in hand. I do not know where my British keyboard is, so I'll just have to make do with a US layout keyboard. Long story why I have a British... Well, actually, the story's not long. I found it in a scrap bin. It's probably a long story as to why in the world you'd find a UK keyboard in the US. That's probably the longer story. Alright, I'll be right back, hopefully. All right. I have come to the conclusion that that reader must be downstairs. And now it's just a matter of what did I set on top of it potentially, because I came downstairs to give something a try yesterday. Basically, I'd ordered some chips on eBay, the place where I buy lots of things that I later regret, including probably those ICs that I bought on eBay. And managed to destroy one of them. And the other one didn't seem to work right. And I moved things, and then I was upstairs. I thought, okay, I seemingly remember put my SD card reader along with my compact flash card reader, but there's my compact flash card reader, and the SD card reader is not with it. So I'm probably going to have to, assuming I don't spot it on my workbench. And the thing is, I would spray paint it bright pink, but that probably wouldn't help me find it. I'm probably going to have to just go upstairs and go grab a MacBook. And I'll just have to write the image from that computer. Yeah, I know, I'm completely not keeping up with the chat. Hey, Gutbomb, I presume you're there? I'm trying to find things that I have lost. But the one thing I did though find, I did find my British keyboard. Or at least I'm pretty sure it's a British layout. There was something on this that made me think it was... Oh yeah, because it says the model number is GB on the bottom. So yeah, I do have a British... I wasn't kidding, I have a British layout keyboard. So now I've got that for my Raspberry Pi. It'll feel like it just came off the assembly line and didn't travel very far, but yet it's over the pond. I got that cable. I won't plug power into it. Now I just got to program the micro SD card. Am I sure that that reader adapter is not... You know, I'm not totally positive that it's not actually down here. Yeah, it's got a pound symbol on it. It has a euro symbol on it too. Oh yeah, that's exactly, yeah, the 3 is yeah, instead of the pound sign, it's got a pound sign. That's awkward. I see what you did there, fine folks of Great Britain. Oh, I'm falling behind on the chat. Yes, this Raspberry Pi is going to be the NetBoot server, but that's only if I can manage to program this micro SD card. Yeah. Yes, Loopy, thank you for recording that in the chat for everyone to see for future generations. Yes, that has been Justin's profound statement of the evening. Tune in next time when Justin will probably say something like, "Oh, look, it's a computer. Hello, computer." Okay, yeah. Obviously, my SD card reader is not down here. It's not in my office, and I actually have been all the way upstairs once. It is not beside my MacBook. Yeah, at least that key doesn't weigh a pound. Yeah. Boom, boom. Yeah, this will be my NetBoot server. Oh, that's right. I need a network cable too, because I'm gonna plug this into a wired network to update it. Okay. All right. One more try. Worst case, I'm just gonna bring my MacBook down here, and use I'll write the card from that. Although I'm not totally sure the SD card reader is working in it, because the USB port on that side of the MacBook Air is kind of wonky. Yes, my MacBook Air may be one of my regretted eBay purchases. Yeah, Gutbomb says it's so funny what we do with Raspberry Pi machines. I have a Raspberry Pi emulating a SCSI network card for my Macintosh SE, which my Raspberry Pi could probably emulate 100 times over at once. Yeah, it probably could. Anyone for pound cake? Ah ha 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 ha. All right, I'll be right back. And at any rate, I will have something to write the micro SD card with when I come back down, even if it's my MacBook Air. Well, rest in pieces, SD card reader. I've probably knocked it off of a table, and I'd actually broken the shell on it the other day, so I probably knocked it off a table and the shell's come off of it. And that's why I can't see it, because it's probably in 3 pieces somewhere. And I'm looking for a single piece. Of course, I'll order a new one, and then I'll find the old one. It'll be like, it'll be completely intact and 2 feet from where I last looked for it. Well, I'll take you up on that. I'll take you up on that, Gut Bomb. I mean, the one I had was a nice it was a USB 3 one that could actually read the like Ultra UHS 1 cards, but I don't think it really ever did those speeds. So a reader is a reader's a reader. All right. I mean, I'm sure it's going to show up in like 2 minutes after I stop streaming or something silly like that. All right, so what I'm going to do here is actually, I don't think I even need to install anything. So the Raspberry Pi folks have a program called Raspberry Pi Imager, which I have on my MacBook Air. And apparently there's a new version of it, so I guess I'm going to need to update here. I also apologize about apparently I have Discord open on both computers, but my MacBook Air doesn't realize I'm streaming, but so it's not in streamer mode. So I guess that's an open invitation to Badoop me. All right. Let me install the new version of Raspberry Pi Imager. There we go. It's actually a really easy process. And I say that, and let's see here. I can't screen share my MacBook Air. All right. So basically, we got the Raspberry Pi Imager. So you choose your operating system, and I believe for the process I am about to follow, I just need Raspberry Pi OS 32-bit. Choose the storage. I'm going to pick this 16 gigabyte SD card. I'm going to click write. I'm going to confirm that it's going to erase it. It is then going to ask for my password, which is ... And now we'll wait for this to write the SD card image at blazing fast speeds. In the meantime, we'll catch up with the chat now that I have... Let's see here. Yeah, I think I like using real hardware too where possible, but I really do enjoy Blue Scuzzies. Joe will take a 5-pound box of Tins, please. This is the Will Justin actually stream. Yeah, funny, Joe. Funny. Gut Bomb's favorite is the Amiga scene where Raspberry Pis can be used as a CPU accelerator. I feel like that's cheating on so many levels. But whatever. I mean, eventually all the 68,000s will fail anyways, so I guess replace them with whatever you have. Joe's A5000 Joe's A500 is so fast, I added an extra 0 to the model number. So, Joe, you now own an A5000. And I think he owns an A40,000, although it may not have a Raspberry Pi in it, so it might just be an A4000. Let's see here. Da, 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 da. Yes, Commodores are awesome. Yeah, my C64 will make an appearance soon, hopefully. Jeremy's saying that Action Retro Sean carried 3 or 4 laptops on a flight from Pennsylvania to Texas and back. Yeah. That's a lot of laptops to carry. Yeah. Jeremy's asking Steve if he could imagine the same treatment in a Mac 128K 512K plus. Yeah, it probably wouldn't run. Apple, it would have to be, I bet it would have to be a pretty exact emulation of the processor, because Apple back then was famous for, like, reducing chip counts by removing unnecessary features. Something tells me the older Mac hardware might be more dependent on the quirks of the 68,000 processor than other platforms. I could be wrong, though. Because after all, I know, like, if on Apple IIs, if you put one of those, like, 6502 processor adapters in, other platforms are totally fine if you use one with buffer chips. But on the Apple II series, you can't use the buffer chips. Because that's how dependent the Apple II is on the timing of the 6502 processor. So it would not surprise me if on some of those early Macintoshes that the Mac is really dependent on the timing of the original processor. Those upgrade cards largely, since they were actual Motorola processors, probably got away with it. Although in some cases there were actually ROMs on the card that might have patched system code. But something tells me once you actually go to an emulated processor plugged into it, you're probably going to have some problems on the Mac. Fixable ones? Maybe. But something tells me you'll run into problems. Because Apple did a lot of... Oh, there we go. And yes, for anyone that heard that strange sound that Steve probably immediately recognized it and perked up. Yes, I actually did put only one of the old sound effects on my MacBook Air that is running Monterey, and that would be... Yes. So my MacBook Air eeps at me. Although, quite honestly, I should probably actually put the Quack or Sosumi on it, because usually when it eeps at me, it's because macOS is mad at me, but whatever. All right. Okay. We got an micro SD card, and by golly, I think I forgot to grab a network cable. Oh well. Moving on. I'll find one. I'm sure I've got one laying around here somewhere. Steve's response was, eep, 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 eep. Actually, I do kind of like the idea of the Pi 1541. But then again, you all know I actually have the real floppy drive because I'm weird and crazy, and you all knew I was weird and crazy, so I don't need to admit it. Okay. So, alright. Am I going to be blown out of my chair by the speed of this Raspberry Pi 4? Well, I make lots of typos because I am so used to the US keyboard layout. Will these instructions I'm about to follow even work? We're about to embark on a journey. And wow, that is tiny. I know there is no way you could possibly see that because I'm looking on my side monitor where I have the preview window maximized and I can hardly read it. I think I'm going to have to change the resolution on this Raspberry Pi because I think my scaler is quite possibly downscaling from 4K. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe we're, or maybe it was just text mode. Okay, I think we're booting into the GUI. Here we go. Okay, I do not know why the screen is squished. I just realized I probably should have... Oh, just realized I should plug in the mouse, but not that mouse, because that's a PS2 mouse. Alright, well, hold on. I think I know what's going on here. It's my scaler. My scaler's probably misconfigured on this input. Oh yeah, that would do it. There we go. That's better. I think that's mode overscan. I think it should be on full. Full. There we go. Apparently, I'd never used this input. All right. Welcome to the Raspberry Pi desktop. Country. United States. Language. American English, yeah. Time zone. Eastern. Use the English language, but not use US keyboard. Yeah, I'm really going to confuse my Raspberry Pi here now, because seriously. I am seriously using this British keyboard tonight. Create a user. Alright. Username. Hi. Password. Super secure. Well, actually, I think it might have just tattled on me as to what my password was. Select your Wi-Fi network from this list. Wait a minute. We're going to skip because I'm going to grab a network cable and plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in. I have two network cables. go. I found it. Their network cable. Because I'd set this workbench up so I could put my MacBook Air beside everything at one point, but then I promptly filled the space on the workbench with other junk. I mean, useful things. All right. Hold, please, while I try to figure out why the... Oh. Okay. All right, let me go back and with the Raspberry Pi is not fully linked. All right. Oh, that's better. Must have a bad port on my Switch. All right. Let's see, what have I missed? So Jeremy's asking about wiring in a UK standard wall power outlet. I mean, let's see here. I think as long as you don't put in a, what do they call it, a ring circuit, because I don't think those are code anywhere in the US. But yeah, I think you can wire it up like you would. I think you could wire a British outlet up the way you would an outlet in the US. It should work. But I'm not an electrician. Consult an electrician if you have any questions. Do I have any other SD things for the C64? No, I don't. Not yet. I've got the Easy Flash. That's it at the moment. Luke says, Mac84.exe has encountered an error and needs to close. We apologize for the inconvenience. Oh, is Steve wearing his roses are red, violets are blue, unimplemented trap? Please reboot t-shirt today? Mikey tried making a Pi 1541, but it didn't work. I'm thinking about trying to make one, potentially. But then again, there's a couple different floppy drive replacements, and I don't know. They all seem to be trade-offs. So I guess I'll have to figure out which of the trade-offs I want to go with. And the trade-offs I'm referring to are basically on the... They don't emulate the 6502 processor, so fast loaders support... If they usually support some of the popular fast loaders. It kind of gave me a headache when I last tried to do the research, so... Jeremy says he owns a Sinclair ZX81 now. Well, I own a Sinclair ZX80 clone, and it doesn't work. I may work on that on Dave's stream. I don't think it's enough for me to do a 4-hour stream on, but then again, I think I can turn anything into at least one 4-hour stream if I give it enough effort or add words. Yeah. Joe says a lot of the C64 demos use the disk drive as a secondary coprocessor. So that's how they do it. Ah, if you ask me, that's cheating. Yeah, Luke points out, yeah, British power is 50 hertz, but if you have if you have a device that can do 50 or 60 hertz, then you're probably good. Although if it's British only, it may only be 50 hertz. Jeremy, the extra 10 hertz may not necessarily be a bad thing, but if it's a device that uses the frequency of the AC power for timing, for example, the Amiga, then your clock might run fast. Well, although I don't know, maybe that's a bad example. I don't know why you would plug an Amiga in to a 240 outlet when they usually have 120 power here in the US, but that was an example. Some computers, like the Amiga, do derive a clock signal from the AC mains frequency. So, just saying. The power supply itself may cope with it. Yeah, it would matter with electric motors, and it also matters if the computer derives a 50 or 60 hertz timing signal from the power supply. Yeah, you might have clocks running fast. Yep, Jeremy, I always have to look the blue versus brown up every single time, so I always look it up. Because when we get power cords at work to wire into fixtures, half the time they're the US colors, and half the time they're the European colors, and I always look up every time I get a European cord. Just to make sure. Pi 1541 you made has a built-in Epix fast load. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the most common fast loaders people like to use. That Bomb's favorite demos are the unexpanded VIC variety. Okay, one of these days I am going to get a VIC 20. Unfortunately, I think it seems like VIC 20s are overpriced compared to their capabilities these days. I don't know why. See, maybe did they make more C64s? Maybe they did. I mean, I think C64, the pricing on them is sometimes ridiculous today, but it seems like you get. I mean, I was able to get a C60. I don't remember what I paid for my C64, but it seems like you can't get a VIC 20 for the same price unless it's like in missing keys condition or something. And I don't like it when there's missing keys. Oh, hey, Sad Mac 356. Yeah, I think brown is live and blue is neutral. Yeah, but I always look it up just to make sure. Okay, here we go. We got the Raspberry Pi desktop. Sorcerer Stan says, come on, all vintage computers are overpriced based on their capability. Okay, true that. Yeah, I did add a saved search on eBay for the Exity Sorcerer. I don't think I'll be getting one of those anytime soon. There are a couple on eBay right now, but they're kind of out of my budget. Alright, let me see if I can find a USB mouse. Otherwise, yeah, I don't know where my USB mouse is. Okay, well, I guess, let me see here. Let's see here. Where's the... Terminal. Alright. I know there's no way you could possibly see that, so I'm going to try to make it bigger. Preferences. Let's see here. Can I make the font bigger? Bigger font. Here we go. Terminal font. How about instead of 10 point, we do 42 point? How's that? Okay, that might actually be a bit big. Maybe 28 point. Okay, that looks good. Select. Just trying to make sure you all can see that. Oh, there we go. Oh, great. You can see that, but I'm going to need to find the mouse. Oh, Adam says his A500 is a PAL machine. Don't the Amiga 500s, though, can't you actually switch between PAL and NTSC on the Amiga 500? Or is that the 600 and the 2000 and 3000 and 4000 that does that? Alright, hold please. I need to find a mouse, because I need to resize the window. Okay, I need to find a mouse other than a single button Macintosh USB mouse, because I would like to possibly use a little bit more than just one button, but I guess that'll do in a pinch. I mean, at least it's an optical mouse. There we go. All right. Oh, look. NVIDIA just popped something up on my computer, letting me know that the game-ready driver is available. Anyone want to place bets on how likely it is that NVIDIA is just going to... Oh, there we go. Oh, this mouse actually is not working that great on that box. Place bets on NVIDIA just going ahead and updating my drivers while I'm live, killing the live stream. Because I know Microsoft a couple weeks ago had no qualms with just going right on ahead and installing updates, even though I didn't ask for them. NVIDIA is going to break... Yeah. Well, if NVIDIA does actually... if NVIDIA actually does try to install the drivers, it will break OBS. Ask me how I know. OBS does not like it when you're using the NVENC encoder and your NVIDIA graphics card just up and goes away. Kind of a non-recoverable error. In fact, OBS doesn't just like exit and let you like restart it and, well, oh, I know what the problem was. Yeah, I really need to go into YouTube and change the duration to reconnect, but the amount of time it took for the drivers to finish installing was longer than my reconnect delay that I have YouTube set for. I couldn't reconnect until the video card drivers were reinstalled because of OBS. But yeah, OBS really did not like it when the video card driver went away. I think it like gave me some fatal error and exited, which that's what killed the stream a couple weeks ago. Oh, hey, Rudy. I have a Raspberry Pi here. I'm going to set it up as a network boot server for my IRIX. So, I have tried to make this text as large as I can to hopefully make you be able to read it. But so, anyways, all right. Let me pull this over to the other monitor. I'll show you really quick the project I am going to try. So, Ian, the Ian that I bought this Octane from pointed me to this, and it is called Computerized. And apparently, this is Booterizer is designed to quickly configure a Raspberry Pi or a disposable VM to boot a specific version of the SGI IRIX installer over the network on an SGI machine without a whole lot of fuss. I like that last clause there. So, oh, hey, Tom Barber. Yeah. Hi, Tom. Yes, apparently. Yeah, Frank S. is pointing out Microsoft has an algorithm that figures out the worst possible time to update your machine and then does, I usually hear an electronic snicker when that happens. Oh. Actually, I did figure out a setting that is probably a good one to have if you're a streamer. Oh, actually, there is a pending update. I've got a pending update that Microsoft probably really wants to install too. Anyways, okay, I won't let it update. Anyways, okay, so here is a hot tip if you're a streamer and you have a set schedule. So if you go to the Windows Update control panel, this is Windows 10. Note that my streaming PC does not currently meet the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11, so it's not even going to try to trick me into installing it, because it really doesn't. You probably want to go down here to this Change Active Hours setting, and if you'll note, I turned off Automatically Adjust Active Hours for this device based on activity, because Microsoft's AI certainly was not learning the schedule of this PC. And I came down here and I set my active hours between 6 p.m. and 2 a.m. So therefore, Windows is not going to try to install updates while I'm streaming. So there you go. That is your tech tip for streamers with a set schedule to make sure that Microsoft does not bullheadedly install updates while you're streaming. Would I like a better streaming computer? Yes. But no. At the moment, it works. At the moment, Microsoft can't trick me to install Windows 11 because this system does not meet the minimum system requirements. So, there. I mean, I kind of would like... I would really like to find an HP Z440 workstation to upgrade it to, because the 440 supports NVMe drives natively. But at the moment, it's an HP Z420 workstation. That's my streaming computer. I've got an NVIDIA GTX 970 graphics card in it. So, good enough graphics card. Actually, it's a great graphics card for streaming. It supports a decent enough version of NVENC. And it's got like 4 gigabytes of VRAM. 3.5 optimally usable. So, all right. I like this. The too long didn't read. Use a Raspberry Pi. So it says follow the Raspberry Pi instructions, which we'll skip this for a moment. So it was designed. This is designed for IRIX 6530, which is the last version of IRIX for SGI. Luckily, the Octane can run that version. So, oh, good night, Eric. So yeah, so I am going to try to boot IRIX 6530 because that'll be a good one. But yeah, I don't Anyway, I won't have to go back to 6522. This one can run 6530. So the other thing is, the warning: this is not secure and may interfere with other network services. So please don't leave it running long term. So, anyways, I'm going to only. So basically, I'm going to connect this to the internet for as long as I need to set this up, because I need to pull some things down from GitHub. But then I will, this Raspberry Pi will stay offline. So, Anyways, let's see here. So here we go. So I have an Octane 1, and yep, it runs 6530, and it's confirmed running. And it looks like I may need to keep in mind fx.64, whatever that is. Blah, 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 blah. All right. It will be my luck that someone has probably posted the Raspberry Pi image. All right. Hold on. I want to check something. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. Sure enough. Okay. I'm going to file an issue with the project. There should be a Raspberry Pi SD card image available according to the instructions, but beats me where it is. So, what have I done to this point? So, I did get the Raspbian image. I did not use Balena Etcher because if you go to the Raspberry Pi downloads, it wants you to use the Raspberry Pi imager. So I used that. But anyways, that's equivalent to this. So I booted the Raspberry Pi. So it does look like it wants me to connect to Wi-Fi. I'm going to ignore that for this immediate moment, and I may regret it. But anyways, I guess now I'm going to move these instructions to where I can read them. I do apologize. While I'm following these directions, I won't be able to see the chat that well. I'll try to switch back and forth. So I'm not going to connect to Wi-Fi just yet. I may regret that. Oh, but I do need to run. I do need to. Apparently, I do need to enable SSH. All right. Guess maybe I'll go ahead and set up Wi-Fi. So if you will please hold on a moment while I set up Wi-Fi. Now, if you will hold on several minutes while I enter my ridiculously long password. Bonus points if you guess how many characters the password is before I finish typing it. And it will be amazing if I... Oh, it took my password. Of course, I'll probably figure out it didn't actually connect. Alright, I guess I can unplug that cable now. Alright, let me see here. Interface, options. Let me see. I think actually advanced settings. Oh, I can go back to capture. Oh, no one guessed the number of characters. It's 63 characters long. Oh, there we go. SSH. Enable. Let me check here. Let me make sure the keyboard is set to the correct map. Well, I guess actually that might be correct. Okay. That's weird. Nick? Oh. Well, apparently because I set the, whatever. Okay. I guess I'll just leave that alone. Finish. And... Apples Anonymous got closest without going over. You win a pat on the back, because I don't really have any prizes to give away tonight. Oh, follow directions. Got it. Let's see here. Okay, so I've enabled SSH, so now I need to... edit the SSHD config. And I need to set permit root logon to yes, apparently. Yeah, this is definitely not something... Definitely not an ideal setting. This will only be running enough to... Here it was. This will only be running long enough to install IRIX. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Log into the Pi and become root. You know, I probably didn't need to do that because I'm... because I'm actually just using the console. Alright, so... Oh, wait a minute. I actually need to switch users, so I need to switch users to root. Wait a minute. Oh, do I need to enable the root user? Okay, I'm sure someone's probably screaming in the chat. Trying to remember how you switch users. Oh, there we go. Figured it out. Okay, now I can run this command. So it looks like, because I just realized the command, the way it's typed, would not work with sudo. So first, looks like we need to install Python 3 pip SSH password wget perl and git. And I'm not connected to the internet. All right. Let me reboot so it will reconnect over Wi-Fi. Chat error. Well, it would not surprise me if YouTube's chat has gone off the rails again. Oh. Yeah. Okay. It's letting me know that I have chosen poorly for security. Duly noted, Raspberry Pi. All right. Oh, let me see. Ping. Oh. Okay. It appears if I am not. Okay, fine. Obviously, my attempt to set up Wi-Fi failed, and I'm not. All right. There we go. Okay, that those domains look weird, but whatever. Okay. Let's see, apt. Oh wait, I bet I can. Oh no, didn't remember the last command. Okay. I now have internet. Now I can type the really long command again. Apt update apt install. So we want Python 3 pip SSH password wget perl and git. And there we go. We're actually downloading now. Okay, looks like most of those packages were already up to date. I'm entering the commands exactly as they are in the Booterizer instructions, so it is possible that some of these things that have me install programs may have me do things that are actually already installed. Let's see, cd GitHub git clone. Shift key is shorter on a British keyboard than on a US one. So github.com UNXMAAL boot Git. All right. CD Computerized. There we go. So it looks like I need to modify settings.yml. See here. I am not sure what I need to change there. So let me go ahead and attempt to pull down. I'm thinking this is the command that is going to pull down the IRIX installation. I hope so. Oh wait, no, this is not. Okay, I think I'm going to have to go look and see what the MAC address of the interface is. All right, let me go back to all right. Okay, so let's see. I believe the install mirror is correct. I do want 6530. FTP looks good to me. Client name, client domain. Let's see, those IP addresses are probably fine. Client, enet, ether. I don't know if it wants the MAC address of my Raspberry Pi or the MAC address of my Octane. I do not know. Although I do know that my shell is going to be Pi. My user should be, you know, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna ignore that for now. I probably will regret it. Client IP is the Octane. Well, my Octane has no IP address at the moment. MAC address of the Octane. Well, I don't know what the MAC address of the Octane is. I've probably got to plug in a serial cable and get the MAC address of the Octane. 080069 is an SGI prefix. So yeah, Octane. Okay. Well, I don't know what the MAC address of the Octane is. All right. I have no idea why this thing wants to run as root. Alright, let's see here. Ansible playbook. And let's see, -I inventory.yml and then RPI computerizer.yml. Okay. Oh. And now we have an SSH error, even though I'm not using SSH at the moment. Using an SSH password instead of a key is not possible because host key checking is enabled and SSH password does not support this. Please add this host's fingerprint to your known hosts file to manage this host. Um... You know, if I was connecting to this over SSH, this would make a whole lot more sense than considering the fact I am on the local, I am on a terminal. Oh, here we go. Oh, actually, apparently I scrolled. Oh, I scrolled past some things in the instructions. That's why I was confused. Okay. I really wish they had the pre-made Raspberry Pi image available. Modify settings.yml to connect to my network to install 652. Okay. It's getting late. But, alright. Nano settings.yml. Okay. So, first of all, I did skip something in the instructions. It wanted me to change this to 6522 at the moment. Client name, SGI, client domain, home.local, network. I know you are probably screaming at me in the chat. Okay, so this Raspberry Pi is the host. The host IP is whatever my Oh, interesting. Well, 10:01:34. Okay. Ten oh 1:34. Client IP is. Wait a minute. Yeah, well, well, there probably used to be a sticker on it. I don't think it's got a sticker on it now, Tom. In fact, I don't even think my new system board has a sticker on it. Okay, so here's my quandary. Okay, I think this would make more sense if I can get something working here. And I guess I'm just going to have to... Okay. I think problem number one I have is I'm not connected to Wi-Fi. So the reason why I just went to table cam is because I need to type my password in where I can see the characters. I don't want to accidentally give away free Wi-Fi. All right. You know, I never get I never type the password correct the first time, and it doesn't help that I'm using a British keyboard. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I see why I didn't type my password in correctly. Because even though I'm using a British keyboard, the Raspberry Pi thinks it is a US keyboard. So when I type the keys as they're marked on the keyboard, I was typing in the wrong password. So I just need to... I just need to type the password in as if I was typing on an English keyboard. All right, or American keyboard. There we go. Now I'm on Wi-Fi. Okay, word of the wise. If you type your Wi-Fi password in because you're using a weird to you keyboard layout and it doesn't take it, double check that your operating system isn't trying to shoehorn your weird keyboard into your normal layout. If so, completely ignore all keycaps and continue. All right, so now I bet if I go to ifconfig, I should see now that, yep, I am on WLAN 0. I have an IP address on WLAN 0. But more importantly, I think now ETH0 is going to be, yep, there we go. ETH0. Nothing on it. All right. So maybe these settings will make a bit more sense now. All right. Go back to... Let's go back to this configuration file here. Oh, that's right. Root. Projects. GitHub. Computerizer. Okay. All right, nano settings. Okay. So, all right, install mirror. That's correct. IRIX version, we want to, I think it wants us to copy down both versions. So 6522, install method FTP, client name SGI. That should be fine. Client domain home.local. I think that's fine. Network, netmask, host IP, client IP, client ether. I don't know what that is, but I don't think I should need that to copy down the installer. But I might. So I may need to plug the Octane in and power it up and see if, I guess I'll have to go find it on the all right, here's I'm going to go about the long roundabout way of finding its MAC address. Partly because my MacBook Air is down here. So I am going to plug the Octane into a network connection. I will double check it's got a sticker on it. I don't think the sticker is on it. I do not see a MAC address sticker on it. Yes, there was one on it. This one's on. Alright. Great. I'll plug the network cable in. I will then power up the Octane. I will then, of course, switch to okay, it looks slightly stretched, but hey. Okay. Now I'm going to go open the airport utility. Because I probably should buy a new router, but every time I go look at routers, I just don't like what I see. Oh, and then I realize I need the version. Oh, yeah. And then I realized that I actually need to run the one that's on my MacBook Air because it'll actually tell me all the clients that are connected. And then all I gotta do is find the one with the SGI MAC address prefix, and then I'll know what my SGI's MAC address is. Because it beats me where the MAC address sticker is. Because that would actually be a whole lot easier. But I don't know that it has one. Alright, airport utility. Wireless clients. It's like I got, alright, let me see what's connected. I got 3 Amazon devices. I got a iPhone, I got a MacBook Air, I've got some smart plugs, I got my stereo receiver, I got a Raspberry Pi, I got 2 thermostats, I have 2 power monitoring devices, I've got a weird named device that might actually be the SGI, and then I got 2 apps that just show up as IP addresses. Alright. Let me see here. Wireless network. I think it'll show me what's connected. Network options. Nope. Base station. Internet. Internet options. Nope. Network. Disks. No. Oh, you know, I thought the airport utility would tell me what's connected. That's something that was in the older version of the airport utility. Probably. Network options. Oh, wait. I figured it out. All right, so let me see what Tom was saying. 080069. Okay, I don't know what that weird name device is. Okay. So that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Those can't be it. Those are my thermostats. Raspberry Pi. Oh, it's only showing me the wireless devices. That's not cool. Alright, let me go back. Let me open the Airport Extreme config. Base station. Airport analytics. Nope, that's not it. Okay, Alright. Okay, for airport utilities only showing me wireless clients. Looks like I'm gonna have to. Might be more prefixes if you Google Mac vendors. I don't have a serial cable handy at the moment. I wasn't thinking I was going to need to. Well, I guess in the back of my mind, I knew I needed to connect to the serial console. But it's kind of one of those, I have to admit, it was kind of one of those, in the back of my mind, I realized I needed to do it. But the front of my mind never actually tracked down a serial cable. I'm sure I've got one somewhere. I didn't think I needed one so soon. All right, let me see if I can find a here we go. All SGI MAC addresses start with 080069 and continue with the serial number of the machine. Oh wait, that's for the Indy. Hmm. All right. Let me see if there's any others. I think that list was only wireless clients though. All right. Oh. It looks like SGI is oh 000069, 080069, and 080079. Okay, that doesn't match the mystery device. Let me search for silicon graphics. All right. Silicon graphics also results in 080014. Okay, that's not the mystery device. I'm going to have to get on the serial console to get the MAC address. It's got hold please while I try to stare at the system board that I set off to the side. And well, the one port I see, well, actually I can't, it's in a shadow. Hold please. They're DB9 connectors. Beats me with the mystery devices, Sloopy. I mean, I guess I could search for MAC address prefix, and if it's in this list, then, alright, well, let me look up its MAC address prefix. That is a good question. I mean, theoretically, it could be what I'm looking for. Let me double check what it was. Oh, I've got another, okay, so it was E8, E8, E7. Alright. E8, E8, B. Okay, that list is, that list doesn't have that prefix in it. All right. So E8, E8, B7. Is assigned to Murata Manufacturing Company Limited, Japan. Okay, that's gonna be one of my smart devices. Okay. Okay. That's okay. It's a smart device of some sort. I don't know exactly which one it is, but it's gonna be one of the smart devices. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure if I look carefully enough, I'll figure out one of them's got a Japanese wireless chip in it. Okay. You know, for all I know, that could actually. No, it's not the Raspberry Pi because it was called Raspberry Pi. You know, now that's gonna bug me. Which smart device would that be? Oh, no. I was about to say no. It's my Lutron Cassetta bridge. But nope. That one, I think's got a physical wired connection. Okay, it's not that. Yes, welcome to Dustin racks his brain while he tries to figure out what wireless device in the house has that Wi-Fi chip in it. I don't know. Someone's probably set a rogue device on my porch. Probably Steve for joking about setting rogue printers on his porch. I'm still trying to find the MAC address, gut bomb. Oh, good night, Frank. I got to get a serial cable. Luckily, the good thing is I know my streaming PC has a USB serial adapter in it. Question is, do I have a serial cable? No, actually. One. You know, I'm actually not sure I have a serial cable. Thought I did. Trouble is, I don't know where it is. Probably up in the house somewhere. Well, Chris, the thing is, it's an onboard Ethernet interface, and I don't see. Well, I would have to pull the board out of the SGI to see if there's a label on any side of the system board. But luckily for us, I have a system board that's not in the machine and also not stable. And I can look at it. There is not a sticker on the other system board that I have. I don't think there's one on my system board either. Hey, Kibbs. Yeah. Normally the sticker's printed on the card, but if I've figured out anything about SGI, it's they didn't do a lot normal. Honestly, the MAC address could have been printed on the part of the case that is completely missing. I don't want to see the part number on the case. I do not believe there is a MAC address printed on the system anywhere. Yeah. Yes, the serial terminal would tell me, but the problem is I don't have a serial cable down here. Okay, let me go upstairs and see if I can find a serial cable. Hopefully I have one that's got the correct ports on each side that I don't have to go find adapters that I probably don't have. Alright. Hold please while I go find a serial cable. All right. Luckily, I remembered where upstairs I have insert Joe noises. I have two of these wonderful US Robotics 56K modems that I bought for some silly reason because this modem can actually allegedly blind dial, or I don't remember what they call it. Basically, this a lot of modems will not actually dial unless it has a carrier. If it doesn't detect the carrier, it won't dial. That modem will actually dial. You can turn off carrier detection on it, and it'll just dial. So I once tried. I've got two of them. I once tried getting them to dial each other without a carrier, and I don't remember being totally successful. But there was some weirdness because I was trying to do it on the same computer using serial terminals. So I wasn't quite exactly sure if I really was. All right. Hold on. I also found the technology to fix one of my temperature sensors in the basement. Jeremy was asking how warm or cold it was in my basement. I wasn't able to answer because my temperature sensor that I keep on my workbench the battery had died in it. And I realized I had some spare batteries, so I'm installing them. Anyways, long story short, I've got two of those modems, and I have the cables to connect those modems to a computer. So I grabbed one of those cables, and then luckily I had rescued some. Hold on. Well, I thought these were the right batteries. That's weird. Oh, there we go. Oh, I thought. Oh, there we go. I got it. Yay! I think my temperature sensor is rebooting itself. I hope. Well, I think I did also knock it on the floor, so it's possible I broke it at some point, but the dead battery didn't help. But anyways, so I have two of the serial cables needed to plug those modems into a computer. So I got that, but then I realized, oh great, that modem takes a DB25. But then I realized I had rescued a serial protocol analyzer from the scrap bin at work. And there is conversion technology in its upper thingamadoodle. Oh, and there's a serial splitter cable too. All right. So with the conversion technology that I have in the serial protocol analyzer, there I've got a 25 to 9 pin adapter. And then let's see here. There's a gender changer, which I'm going to need on the one end. And somewhere, I think I have a null modem adapter, because I think I'm going to have to insert one of those as well. Okay. The serial protocol analyzer is not as useful as you might think, because it only goes up to like 19.2. It's an older one, but it is kind of cool. I think it's got an 8080 processor or something like that in it. So, all right, the serial number is on the back of the machine on a sticker just above the power supply. below the top fan, it will probably start with 080069. That's the MAC address too, but only if the system board wasn't swapped out. I don't believe that sticker is on it. However, I since I'm not the original owner of the Octane, hopefully quite obviously not the original owner. I mean, believe me, if I could have bought one back in the day, I would have been the coolest kid on the block, but I um I don't think that sticker's on it, but I'll have to go around to plug my really long conversion technology in, and I still have to find the null modem adapter that I think's on my shelf behind me somewhere. Because I'm tired of going upstairs. If I have to go upstairs for one more thing, I'm going to find some way to draw the stream out without going upstairs. I'll probably like badly quote some phrase from Top Gear or something. Oh, is that the cable I needed all along? No. No, I think that's a parallel cable. That's a lap link cable. That's a parallel cable. That's probably a parallel cable. That's a really weird VGA cable. Oh, I bet the null modem adapter is. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Got it. I was just looking for the wrong color. They're orange, not yellow, like most of them. Okay. Give me a moment while I try to. Oh, that's convenient. I have a serial cable in my PC. Beats me when I plugged it in and what it's going to. Oh yeah, guess what? There is a sticker there. All right, if someone could put this in. No, I'm not going to read it off into the chat. Never know when I might want to plug my Octane into the internet. All right, what's the chances I can remember this number? All right. All right, we will soon know if the MAC address is the same. Okay, I got the serial cable plugged in with all of its conversion technology. Hopefully it doesn't fall out before I do the thing. Okay. I do not know what the serial port settings are. Knowing SGI, it's probably like 31.5 BPS, like 10 data bits, 3 stop bits, 1 for good measure bit. Star parity or some weird thing like that. Oh, I think I managed to just scroll right to the correct page. There we go. Serial ports. The Octane workstation serial ports can operate in one of several modes. RS-232 electrical levels with a standard PC pinout. Macintosh style electrical levels and a Macintosh compatible pinout. That's neat. ANSI/SMPTE 207M electrical levels and pinout. Okay, that's neat. 300 baud to 460k baud. That's interesting. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. I just want these settings to set my terminal program to, please. Blah, 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 blah. Lots of text. Oh. $9,600 baud, 8N1. Okay. That's easy enough. All right. Let's see here. I think I've got Putty installed. Yep. Putty. Serial. I think this is going to be on COM2. 9600. 81 none. 8 none 1. No flow control, maybe? Oh, okay. Not COM2. Hold please while I double check the serial port COM numbers. It's probably COM4. Okay. COM4. Okay. Try that again. Putty. Serial. COM4. 9600. 8. None. 1. None. Open. Alright, I don't think it's COM4. Maybe it's COM3. 9600. 8. Alright, open. Waiting for Putty to open the serial device. There we go. Oh, here we go. Got it. It was COM3. All right. Got system maintenance menu. Start system, install system software, run diagnostics, recover system, enter command monitor. Guess I probably want the command monitor. First time using SGI. Don't know what command monitor seems right to me. Command monitor is the prom shell. Oh. Yeah, let me fix that. Oh, well, I just took it full screen, putty full screen, and now I don't know how you make it unfull screen. That's nice. Okay. There we go. I'm just trying to change the font size. Oh, there we go. Change settings. Window, appearance, change. There we go. Now you can see it. Nice. 768 megabytes of memory. I presume that's correct. I don't know what Ian sold it to me with, but graphics ESI, that should be correct. Um well, I don't see the MAC address listed. Yeah, I basically took the extra RAM that was in the second system board I bought and I jammed it in mine. I'm going to do a CPU swap because that CPU on that second board should be like a 400 megahertz processor. So Tom says to run that. Guess what? This is the original system board for the system. That MAC address matches what's on the label in the back of the system that I didn't realize was there because it's kind of blends in with the diagram that's telling you what some things are on the system, and it's like I didn't realize the MAC address was like on that label because I remember the label was there like telling you that the where other things were, but I didn't realize the MAC address is there. But yeah, this is the original system board because that matches the number on the serial number. I do want to take one quick peek at the eBay auction where I bought this graphics card and just make sure that that is actually basically Ian told me that dude, buy this graphics card, it's upgraded. Yep, okay, that's right. Yeah, I think the processor I have on this other system board's a 400 megahertz R12000. And I have a feeling that system board had 512 megs of RAM on it. So, yeah. So, I'll have a screamer of a system before long. I might even yeah, this is the new graphics card. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay. ESI is the upgraded single slot board, yes. Which yeah, that's all I need. It has the added benefit that if I do want to buy the texture memory upgrade, I only have to buy one of them. Because if I had the dual slot board, I'd have to buy 2 texture memory upgrades. So there are benefits to not having the highest end graphics card. Oh, and by the way, for those of y'all that wonder how much memory is on the texture memory board, it's like 4 megabytes. Yeah, 4 whole megabytes. Okay, so I guess I can go back to the Raspberry Pi now. All right, hold please while I try to find the... There we go. Yeah, those texture memory upgrades are just a bit pricey. But I think I sold enough items on eBay recently that I might let myself splurge on it. Well, other than the fact that it looks like I... Oh, I'll have to wait for the seller to relist them. Okay. Well, hopefully the seller relists those auctions. Okay, maybe I won't be getting a texture memory board anytime soon, but we'll see if the seller relists the auctions. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to change the input on my scaler back to the Raspberry Pi. And now let's see if I can't... Whoops. Let's see if I can't edit this file here. So 080069 OE 09. Wait a minute. OE09. Oh. Fingers no work late night. So my user... Alright, let me go back to the help for this project. Oh, that's my YouTube dashboard. My user, my shell. Now, interestingly enough, this project, the user... I don't... NicoWare is not the username of this... The person that maintains this GitHub project, so that's kind of weird. Test user... So I'm looking at the config file, and you might... My confusion is the fact that my user is test user, my shell is user NicoWare bin bash. I didn't realize bash was in a user directory. The username and the user directory don't match, and the instructions for this project kind of seemingly completely sidestep what I should put there. Just client name and Mac. Let's see. Tom doesn't think I want to change anything else. I'm actually using, Tom, I'm using a, oh, hold on. Oh, it does help when you hit the, correct keyboard. So I'm using one of those ones like Steve uses. It's the At Lona, although I think I'm using the like slightly fancier model because I think Steve uses like the AT Line Pro 4 or something like that, and I think I managed to snag an AT Line Pro 5. Yeah. Oh, Tom, I'm not using their Raspberry Pi image. Please point out to me where I missed the Raspberry Pi image on their website. It was not there the other day. It is not in their repository. So this is the Booterizer repository. There are no releases. The Ansible directory does not contain a Raspberry Pi image. This is why I'm having so much trouble with this thing. I mean, I don't know why it'd be under Ansible anyways. But yeah. Anyways, there are no Raspberry Pi images hidden under here. It's not under docs because that's just a PNG file. It's not under expect. They have no Raspberry Pi image here at all. You think there's a link hidden somewhere in the documents? Well, if there is a Raspberry image hidden in the documents, it is hidden in the documents. Because I scrolled this entire instruction thing, and none of the links appear to be a Raspberry Pi image. Because if I click Raspberry Pi version, actually, the weird thing is, these links that say Raspberry Pi version go to a tag in the HTML that doesn't exist, so it doesn't go anywhere. I I think someone honestly I just realized I never looked at the revision history of this document. Now I feel silly for not like now I feel silly for not looking to see if there's a revision history for this file. Yeah, let's see here. This is going to be readme.md. Huh. All right, I don't know how to get the full revision history. Oh, Tom's got the link. Yeah, if you send it to me on Twitter, yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, well, okay. I can't feel silly because the image is not on this page. I mean, okay. I guess we'll start with the one Tom's sending me a link to the image. Apparently, apparently the link on this page disappeared, and I've been trying to basically I was trying to follow the instructions for setting up your own image, which were not working great. Okay, I'm going to the service formerly known as Twitter now. Although, interestingly enough, it still uses twitter.com. Yeah, no, it's a common problem that, yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, things like this just never get cleaned up, but sure. Ah, haha. Tom knew the URL for the project. Haha. That's the part I didn't have. Apparently, booterizer.com, which, interestingly enough, is not seemingly not linked anywhere on their GitHub. Okay, does booterizer.com... Ah, okay, so booterizer.com will point you to the GitHub. Nowhere on their GitHub do they point you back to their domain. Or if they do, it's like buried somewhere on the page. It's... And this is downloading, like, painfully slow. Unfortunately, this download is not going to complete before the stream ends. I might be able to fix that. Hold, please. BOOTERIZER.com. Okay, I don't know if this is actually going to be fast enough because the thing is, I I still have to get the image onto my MacBook Air, unless I find that SD card reader that seemingly is somewhere down here. All right, maybe with a couple hours since I last tried to find it, maybe I'll find it under, about to say underneath a graphics card. That'd be too easy. Well, it's not in my package of chips that I bought off eBay to try to fix a motherboard, and I ended up destroying the motherboard more than in the process of trying to fix it. So don't ask me if I regret that purchase, because I don't know if I regret purchasing the chips. They might work. I do regret buying the motherboard though, because the motherboard was broken and I broke it more. And quite honestly, I don't know if I'm going to try to fix it. Oh, hey Brock. I'm trying to download an image, and it's going to take 6 minutes, and I think there's going to be a part 2 of this live stream at some point, because unless I find my SD card reader down here. Oh, yeah. Okay, apparently I did break my temperature sensor, the one that had the dead battery. Yep. Oh, okay, actually, Oh, I bet I can fix it. It's Oh, I fixed it. It looks like there's like it's got to hold together to for the display to work. Probably because it's using some sort of a weird contact. Probably using something like a compression connector, because but a cheap, much cheaper version. Anyways, here's the current conditions in my basement. Yeah, it's underneath the Octane, now flat. Yeah. Yeah, I knocked it on the floor, but the batteries were dead. But I replaced the batteries, so yeah. I have my dehumidifier set to about 40%, so it usually stays around 42 over on this side of the basement because the dehumidifier is in the middle. But yeah, it's about 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. This is a cheap sensor that has no ability to convert to Celsius. It's heating up because I'm holding it. But yeah, it's about 80 degrees Fahrenheit and about 42 to 45% humid. So the dehumidifier would just run way too long. If I tried to get it any less humid, it's like my happy medium for it that shouldn't cause any trouble with having things down here long term. Oh, Jack, that's the my basement is not totally underground. I have a walkout basement. That's why it's 80 degrees in my basement. If I had the walls insulated, then it would probably stand a better chance of being cooler, because that would replace some of the insulative factor that the dirt would give. I mean, it would still probably be warmer than an underground basement, but it would keep the fact that on I guess this one side of the basement. See, this is the stair side, so this side over here is completely underground. The wall, I guess, in front of me that you never see is probably only about 3 to 4 feet underground because there's actually windows here. The wall behind me, it's actually a little more underground for a little further, but still, it gets to a point where on the corner you can't see behind the heat pump. It's pretty much level with the ground. So like this whole area to, I guess, my left is above ground because it's walkout basement. So yeah, I've kind of estimated what it would cost to insulate the basement, and well, actually, I could probably re-estimate it. I guess it was when I last estimated it, I just estimated it at $1 bazillion and moved on. But that's because lumber prices were crazy, so I just said, "Oh, it's going to cost $1 bazillion. Never mind." I guess now that lumber prices have somewhat stabilized, maybe I can now buy the lumber made from the curvy tree that the big box stores get their lumber from. But insulation's kind of crazy expensive these days. But yeah, unfinished basements are the best, but if they're walkout and you want to stay cool, then I think I would settle for maybe insulating the walls. Although I think technically I got to pull a permit for that. But oh, the Raspberry Pi image downloaded. Now the true task is, can I get it to the? Oh wait, no, it's not done downloading. Never mind. Yeah, big Jack 68K lol. Big box stores 2x4. Yeah. My basement is all unfinished. I mean, there is drywall around the stairwell, but that's code. Uh, it's not enough drywall for it to be considered finished. You got to put drywall around the stairway. But yeah, that's so yeah, if you see this drywall section that's behind me that the shelves are in front of, that's because that's the stairs. By code, there has to be drywall there. So, but that doesn't, it's not making a room, therefore it's still unfinished. There is no finished square feet down here. If I closed something off, then it would, well, at some point it would turn into a finished basement. But I think if I just insulated the walls, if I put 2x4s up to hold the insulation and insulated the walls, I think that is still unfinished. Because you don't actually have drywall and electrical and plumbing and whatnot. I mean, honestly, I would like to insulate the walls, and I would like to actually plumb in the bathroom. So that would actually give me a little bit of finished space down here, but that would actually be my ideal basement finish. I don't care if the walls look like insulation. That at least, though, helps with climate control down here. And then the finished basement, of course, or finished bathroom. And actually, I've got an idea, though. If I finish the bathroom on the, well, it wouldn't be the side you could see, though, but on the other side, on the, I guess that wall of the bathroom, I'd kind of like to put in like a little, I don't know, a small wet bar. Basically, the fancy, I think, fancy word for put another sink there. Because Mom was giving me the idea of, like, that's like a popular thing if you put in a wet bar. And since I'd already be plumbing the bathroom anyways, I'm like, well, it wouldn't be that much harder to run the sink lines out the bathroom wall and into a cabinet for a little wet bar on that wall. So then I guess it gives you a little it'd give me a nice place I could put a little mini fridge under the counter and have some bottles of water or whatnot, and a little prep sink or something like that. Uh, but yeah, that'd be. We're waiting. Oh, okay. Now the download's complete. All right. Now let's see how long this is going to take. So the quick part of this is going to be the copying it to my NAS over wired. And I apologize in advance if my OBS bandwidth goes to almost nothing. This is the risk I run when copying files to the NAS while I'm streaming. Because Windows Explorer will pretty much take the entire... I have a gigabit network card in the streaming PC, and right now I am copying to the NAS at 111 megabytes a second. Because my NAS now has a gigabit network card in it, and actually has a processor and enough memory that I can actually use it. The trick is, though, my MacBook Air, I do not have a network adapter for it, so I will be pulling the file off the NAS by Wi-Fi. I'm hoping that it will still be a little faster than pulling it down off the internet over Wi-Fi. See, there we go. Copied at the NAS. That was fast. All right. Yes, it's one of the things I've never bothered to buy is a well, it's not entirely true that I don't have a network adapter for my MacBook Air. I would have to plug in a... Oh, that's annoying. No, I just saw an email I have. Don't worry. I apparently sometimes I cannot stand the automated systems eBay sellers use. I've the an eBay seller I bought something from has already sent me an email saying that, we see that you've received your item. We hope you're enjoying it. Interesting thing is, though, they haven't even, well, Let me see. What was the timestamp? Oh, yeah. Only seconds before did they send the email of, we shipped your order. Yes, the USPS is that efficient that you can mail my order and I will have my order in seconds to then be leaving you feedback. Yeah, right. Like, come on, can you, like, not send me annoying emails? Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm copying the file off my NAS much quicker than I was getting it off the internet. Okay. Unfortunately, still, it's... Yeah, Tom Barber says teleportation, yeah. I mean, seriously. At 11:39, they sent me the email of, your item has been shipped by USPS First Class Mail, which actually means it's going in the mail tomorrow because the seller is on the East Coast, just like me. And then, yeah, then I got the email. I hope you received the item in the condition as promised. Let me know if you have any problems. Okay, obviously they jammed it in a first class envelope. How much you want to bet that I paid $5 in shipping and they jammed it in a first class envelope? By the way, that's probably a no bet because while I don't exactly remember how much I paid, that's probably a safe assumption that I paid $5. No, okay, maybe I didn't pay that much. Oh, okay, I only paid 50 cents in shipping. Okay. Maybe they really did only charge me for oh, they charged me 55 cents in shipping. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that probably is right. Yeah, they jammed it in a first class envelope with no tracking number, and obviously their automation system can't handle the fact that there's no tracking number on it. So it just went ahead and sent the, we know you've received the item, so please leave us feedback email. No, I haven't received it yet. Which, if anyone's wondering, I bought some of those micro jumpers, so whenever I get back to the G3, I'll have micro jumpers. Assuming they're not lost in the first class mail. Because I'm actually... Oh, good. All right. I've got some, a few small items I got recently. Okay, that actually shipped. Yay. Okay, that supposedly shipped. Oh, good. All right. Yeah, I bought a few small items recently. I'm waiting for the file to copy. Don't worry. Okay, still copying. Almost done. I've got a special project I'm working on, and finally, that item arrived in Richmond. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, that sounds like the Postal Service. Hey, Will Jr. 880. Yes, if Retrotech Chris is watching, he probably actually would completely believe this, but yeah, ordered an item, sellers in West Virginia. You might get a laugh out of this, but it probably explains the Postal Service completely. West Virginia being the state to our west, not as in like Western Virginia, but actually the state of West Virginia. So the item arrived in Charleston, West Virginia on August 2nd. On August 3rd, it tracked as in transit to next facility. On August 4th, it tracked as in transit to next facility, arriving late. On August 5th, it tracked as in transit to next facility, arriving late. On August 6th and August 7th, same thing. And finally, I guess now yesterday, because I see it's 12:07 a.m., it finally arrived in Richmond, Virginia. Yay for postal service efficiency. Let me guess. That was that new Ground Advantage shipping. Ground Advantage. Where sometimes we strap your package to a ground crawling creature like a tortoise or a turtle or maybe a sloth and send it to the next facility. Because it's like, I think you can get from Richmond to Charleston in like maybe 6 hours. Yeah, Kibbs, I almost was to the point where I thought they lost it. This was the item where last week I mentioned that the seller, I had to file a claim, and the seller then told me they were having health issues. That they'd sent me an email, they sent me a message, and well, I never received the first message. So it was like, I kept thinking, oh great. So this person who may legitimately have health issues, but I don't know because I never got their first message. They finally do mail it, and then the post office loses it after they tell me that they're closing their eBay shop. I'm like, oh great. So I'm like, oh, I kind of feel bad now that I wouldn't want anyone to go through health trouble. But I'd never received their first message that would have presumably told me when they were going to mail it. I don't know. But yeah, they must have strapped that package to a snail. It has allegedly now arrived in Richmond, which probably means I'll get it tomorrow. Maybe. Might be Thursday. Richmond's only like an hour and a half from here. Although it does have to go through another facility before it comes here from Richmond, but it's like it has to go through the post office, the delivering post office. But yeah, I'm like, I'm half expecting to get a tattered piece of an envelope that's got my address on it in one of their famous we're sorry poly bags. But oh, I just realized I was supposed to be copying a file into my MacBook Air and I got sidetracked. Hold please, it's probably done copying. As I'm like, it shouldn't take 6 days to get here from Richmond. Or from Charleston. Alright. Alright, I'm extracting the Raspberry Pi image. I am opening Balena Etcher, which luckily I already have on here. Luckily, I did have the thought to grab a spare micro SD card. And oh, this is going to take forever to uncompress. I should have. This is not an Apple Silicon MacBook Air. If anyone's wondering, it's just an Intel one. Alright, we'll have to wait for that to uncompress. Interestingly enough, though, because it took so long for that seller to actually, well, I had to file a claim because I gave him like until the estimated delivery date before I opened an item not received with eBay. I ordered an equivalent item on Amazon to what I'd ordered from them, although it would be nice to have the one they were selling because it'll actually fit better on the board. It's the DE9 adapter that I've got on my 286 motherboard. It's one of this is what I bought off eBay. But theirs actually has the bracket. But also, I looked, it's crimped a little different, so it actually, because this one's like seemingly crimped weird, but anyways. Mainly the way that crimps onto the connector. Oh, yeah, Kibbs, that's true. The soldered on SSDs are made to fail. So yes, being the fact this is a 2015 MacBook Air, I actually have a upgrade SSD in it, which is nice. One of my USB ports is failing though, which is not nice. Or at least I think the USB port's actually USB port may actually not be failing, because I think at some point Sunday I realized that it actually might be my Lightning USB cable that I plug into this MacBook Air. That cable might actually be the failing thing, because the only USB devices I plugged into the one port is my iPhone. Uh, so I probably should try plugging something else into it, and it might actually work. The USB ports might be fine. I think I was saying how I thought one of the ports was failing on this previously. It's probably my Lightning cable. Well, that certainly wouldn't help things if the Lightning cable was failing. It is an Apple brand one, so I probably have flexed it one too many times. Could be dirty contacts. Yeah, I guess I probably what I need to do is just pop the cover off of this MacBook Air so I can actually inspect the USB port connection to the board. I don't really need to pull it out, probably for just a cursory inspection, but that'll probably let me hit it with some. It'll let me inspect it just a little bit closer. Also, it'd let me probably clean it, and while I clean it, know that I'm not like getting cleaner everywhere inside of it. So we're still extracting the image. I did maybe do something silly when I bought this MacBook Air. It's only the i5. I guess the good thing is the fans don't spin up as much as my previous MacBook Air, which was a 2012 that had an i7. It seemed like everything you did, it would just ramp the fans up. Unfortunately, though, I think this is one of those cases where to extract this file, I would really like the i7. Yeah, drench it in deoxit. Yeah, I probably will drench it in deoxit, but I'll pop the bottom off, and that way I can like make sure I'm not like getting it on things I don't want to get it on. Not that I'm worried about the moisture sensors and warranty. I am the warranty for this MacBook Air. Except for the SSD, it's from Otherworld Computing, so it actually does have like a 2-year warranty on it. So, yeah, I'm still going, Chris. I probably will give up here shortly though, because it is like 12:15. Gibbs is asking, "Oh, what's inside this file that's taking so long?" It's a 16 gigabyte Raspberry Pi image. So it was an 8 gigabyte ZX compression. I don't recognize that one right offhand. Or no, XZ. So yeah, Chris, I guess I've had some good progress, but I haven't booted IRIX yet. I know the MAC address of my SGI now. I know that it sees the memory I added to it, or it should be, from that system board. I do know that I still have not found the flat blade screwdriver bit that I know is on my desk somewhere. Yeah, they just imaged the SD card, yeah. Like the entire thing. Yeah, yeah, Chris, that graphics card that Ian suggested I buy. I actually it came today. It's like one of the first things I did. I put it in the SGI, and it's firing up every time now. I'll have to let Ian know. Great, glad he suggested it, because I actually had trouble with it. Like the old graphics card, it was, well, Ian admitted to me, the base model graphics for this Octane was even unreliable back in the day. So yeah, that my graphics card upgrade, it's like, yeah, so far both times I've powered this Octane up, I've gotten a screen every time. So Jessica's hungry, feed it more cocoa. Yes, the cocoa does need to come back. I actually do have to admit, for the a video that I'll be making, that you'll see on the channel, I did have to admit while I was driving home, realizing that the last item I need to make the video should be here tomorrow, and I'm having the tooth extracted Thursday. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to work on that video this weekend, and I may not feel like talking part of the weekend. How am I going to do the voiceover? Because I can't stand the TikTok voices, so that's out. Oh, maybe I can get the Coco to do it for me. Probably not. We'll see. I may get. I'll find a way. I may just have to. I may have to do what I don't normally do, and that's like, it's probably not gonna be a long video. Luckily, I may just have to like edit all the footage and then hope when I do the narration that I don't like, I'm not too long-winded and don't have to like adjust a lot of footage to make up for it. That never works out for me. I've often found that depending on what it is, I need to do the narration before I get too far in the editing. Yeah, the 19th will be a good day for smoothies. Actually, Chris, I have to admit the 11th, well, okay. Okay, maybe not by the 11th. I may need to give it a day or two before I feel like, I have a feeling on the 12th I'll be having smoothies. I think Mom warned me. You're probably going to need to give it a day or two before you eat anything overly hot or cold, because otherwise you are going to know it. But yes, the 19th will be a good day for a smoothie. I will definitely take you up on that. Yeah, I know. Yesterday, or I guess Monday after work, I went to the grocery store, and I know the clerk was looking at me really weird because I had like all this junk food. I'm like, and finally at one point, I know she was looking at me weird, but she forgot to hand me the bag that had the butter, and I was like, oh, don't forget about my butter. And she was like, oh yeah, I wouldn't want you to be mad about me and say bad things about me. I was like, honestly, if I didn't see it now, when I went to go make my mashed potatoes while I'm drugged up after having a tooth extracted, it's probably going to be the last thing I'm going to be is mad at you. But I will want the butter in my mashed potatoes. Yeah, we got a little laugh out of that. I think she then realized exactly why my cart was full of junk food. It's like, because I had pudding and mashed potatoes and applesauce and a bunch of stuff like that. I know she was looking at me weird until I made the comment. That I think she realized exactly why my cart was full of soft things. I did though. Oh, good, that file finally extracted. So let's see if I can write it to this card. I did realize though, while I was looking for soft things I'd probably be able to eat without too much trouble, that I did go and I got some refried beans, because those are usually pretty smooth. So at least I do have something with some protein in it. Well, I actually got the refried black beans because I prefer those over just the standard refried beans. But I did get something with some protein in it to kind of balance out the other soft things I got to eat right after the tooth extraction. So, all right. One thing I didn't get was ice cream, though. I'll keep that in mind, Jeremy. It yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, I didn't get ice cream as I oh, that's right. That's why I didn't get ice cream. I walked by the ice cream aisle and realized that I need to wait till tomorrow to see what ice cream's on sale. Because I walked down the ice cream aisle and it was like I was disappointed because Breyers wasn't on sale. I am really picky about my ice cream. And so it's like I didn't want the Turkey Hill. I honestly didn't see the store brand because I'd have probably at least taken a look at that. I think the store brand might have been on sale because I don't remember seeing any. It's like it was not there. Um, but yeah, the Breyers wasn't on sale, and I did not want any of the fancy ice creams because honestly, I just for after a tooth extraction, I just wanted Breyers vanilla bean the Breyers vanilla ice cream with the little vanilla bean bits in it. Actually, I think it might be French vanilla ice cream. Breyers French vanilla that has that. But anyways, it's like I didn't want any of the like ice creams that had bits in it. It's just, of course, granted, I might go tomorrow, and if Breyers is on sale, I might take a look and watch me. I'll buy the strawberry or something like that. But yeah, I just like wanted vanilla ice cream. But Breyers wasn't on sale, so I didn't get ice cream. I guess I'll have to stop by the grocery store tomorrow after work. Although I will have another opportunity because I'll probably have a prescription to fill on Thursday after the extraction. So I will also have the opportunity to go in. I I get my prescriptions filled at a grocery store that has a pharmacy. I can always also, while I wait for them to actually fill the prescription, I can walk by the ice cream, which interestingly enough is like the pharmacy is by, I guess, near one end of the frozen foods. And interestingly enough, and maybe they plan it this way, but I think the ice cream is like the first thing you get to from the pharmacy. I that might actually be on purpose. Oh wow, Chris actually drove to work today. Shocker. Wow. Yeah, you told me you don't do that very often, so that but yeah, and Chris hasn't replied back with the like the disclaimer of yeah, I had to like pull the car into the driveway and then pull it back out again or something like that. Well, yeah, I usually go into the office. Actually, yesterday, or I guess Monday, they actually sent us home early because of the thunderstorms that were coming through the area. So, if you're on Joe's Discord and you saw my, um, I shared the Twitter post from one of the news channels. Apparently, over in Stanton, there was someone's car got pelted with a hail that was like I think it was a little bigger than a golf ball because it looked pretty big in their hands. I was like, wow. Yikes. I think I now see why they did send us home early. Yeah, we got hail here. Nothing near that big. There was a chunk or two that hit the windows that was making me a bit worried. But luckily, yeah, Belena Etcher's flashing it right now. Luckily, though, the direction the hail was blowing in from is like the side of my house that there's only 4 windows on facing that direction, and 2 of them are the basement windows, which are so low on the house that the hail would have probably hit the trees on my property line before it hit the windows. So there's really only 2 windows that the hail would have been hitting. Actually, the one in the bathroom actually might be at a point where it's too close to the trees. So yeah, I kept hearing a hail hitting the like window on my the little I got a bump out on my kitchen. But yeah, they sent an email out Monday. It was like at about 2 o'clock. It was like, or actually, it might have been 3 o'clock. They were like, "Oh, we highly recommend all employees leave by 4 p.m. so you're not driving in the wind." And we all took that to mean, yeah, if they're sending out something like this, maybe we should actually go ahead and leave. So when I stopped by the grocery store on the way home Monday, it was actually right there at 4 o'clock when they let us go. I told my manager, I told my team, I was like, okay, I do need to go by the grocery store on the way home because that is dinner, and I don't want to have to go back out later, and depending on what the storms are like. So yeah, I managed to get in the grocery store, shop, check out. I bought the stuff for after my extraction too at that trip because I was like, oh, if I'm going to the grocery store, I'm just gonna get everything on my list. I got home, I got the car unloaded, closed the garage door, walk in the house, and I heard it. It was like it just started pouring. It's like, oh, good. Okay, I'm gonna skip the validation. Yeah, I managed to get all the groceries out of my car just in the nick of time. 30 seconds more, and I would have been soaked. Cause, and then the wind picked up. But yeah, it was like, at first it was just like it looked like fog, but it was rain. It was like it was a lot of rain. So yeah, it was, I see exactly why they sent us home. That was a pretty nasty little storm. Especially, I guess, over on the other side of the mountain. But yeah, if I'd been delayed 30 more seconds, I would have been soaked. Because I would have been standing right at the edge of where the garage door is with the trunk of my car open trying to unload it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yep. Actually, one of my coworkers was reminding us. Okay, so this is the image. Well, it looks like it's booting. I hope it is. Actually, one of my coworkers was telling a tale of, I guess it was like probably 20, 25, actually probably 30 years ago when our business was actually located in a different city. That apparently there was a hailstorm after work one day, and he remembers coming into work, and the parking lot was just full of cars that they had so much hail damage on them. It's almost like they were the surface of a golf ball because this hailstorm that rolled through. It's like, wow. Yeah, I wasn't in this area then. But yeah, definitely, yeah, toll roads in DC. Whew. Oh yeah, yeah. Chris has told me it's a rare event when he actually has to drive into the city. Jeremy says he finds it odd that the bridge between Delaware and New Jersey is free one way and a tollway the opposite direction. Um, Actually, it doesn't surprise me. Oh, we're actually at a boot prompt here, so All right, let me go. Let me see if I can find the directions here. Well, actually, though, it is getting late. I kind of wanted to boot this, but oh, all right. Let me see how much I got to do with this image. Okay, extract the compressed image, write it, connect SGI system via Ethernet to the Pi, boot the Pi. Okay. All right, let me see how quickly I can go through this. So, all right. So I do need to log in with the default login. All right, sudo -i. That's actually the command I was looking for earlier. cd root projects GitHub Computerizer. Let me see here. All right. Oh, configure. All right, let's see here. System options, wireless LAN. All right. You will bear with me one moment. All right, let's see here. Passphrase. I'm going to have to plug the. Let's see here. Um, see here. Configure Wi-Fi and connect your network. All right. Did it actually config? Yes. All right. I got my password. First try. All right. Let me see here. I need the Ethernet cable. I just want to see the SGI boot. Actually, I don't have the SCSI drive installed in it, so it's not like I can install IRIX. I want to see it boot. If I get it to net boot, then I think this is a success. Okay. Modify the settings.yml. Okay. Let me move my MacBook Air so I can see. Okay, so it said only update for IRIX version, client name, and MAC address. So client name is going to be SGI. All right, so it's see OE 09 C3. Okay. So I updated that. So let's see here. CD, Ansible, playbook dash I inventory dot YML. Raspberry Pi Booterizer. Okay, that's good. That's good. No errors. That's good. It looks like it's doing things. That's good. I have no idea if it's actually doing the right things. Retro Chris. Chris's response to Jeremy finding it odd that there's a toll one way. And Chris's response is, it's because people are willing to pay to get out of New Jersey. Oh, thanks, Justin, for putting in the PR on that. Yeah, I want to see it boot. Yeah, okay. I do have the SGI directly connected to the Raspberry Pi. Yep, I have rectified that. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Hold, please. So it's running something. I have no idea what it's doing. But whatever the instructions are, I got to run this, and then I reboot the Pi, and then I skip down to the section on booting the SGI. So let me go ahead and skip down to that now so I can preview what I'm going to do. I have a feeling it's going to tell me to probably change the PROM settings. Let's see here. Networking overview, blah, 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 blah. Booting your SGI. Set the IP address in the PROM. Setting time zone. Partitioner. Okay, well, I don't have a drive in it, so I'm going to ignore the partitioner. It probably will be unhappy with me, but I don't care. All right. Let me reboot the Pi, because that's what the instructions said to do. And because I have the memory of a goldfish tonight, what was I doing? I'm going to go look at what the IP address that was in the config file was. Yeah, this is a whole lot easier. I wish I'd all right. Sorry, projects, GitHub, Computerized. Is it? Oh yeah. It was yeah. Okay, 192.0.2.82. And user was SGI. And I don't know why it's like, I don't know if you've seen the movie Lost in Space, but apparently SGI was like probably one of their like product placements. So every time I see SGI, I keep thinking of the tagline from that movie, Saving the World. Well, at least the SGI is saving my workbench from floating and if there's a gravitational anomaly. All right. Luckily, my SGI is. I just left it the way it was. So, oh, it does help though to type these commands using the correct keyboard. So, it's telling me to set an environment, set env net adder, and I believe I want 192.168. No, I do 192.0.2.82. There we go. Set env time zone est 5 edt. Okay. Luckily, the example in the instructions is the one I need. All right, so okay. Okay, I'm not going to partition because I don't have a disk installed at the moment. All right. Running let's see here. Okay. Let's exit. All right, after Booterizer initializes, the maintenance boot screen, select install software. For prompts for an IP, Booterizer. Computerized as the... Oh, hold on. I think I want remote directory. And I enter Computerized as the host name. And the remote directory, I think, is 6.5.30. Overlay disk 1 dist. Hold on. Whoops. All right. Okay. Yeah, Joe, I'm still going, but I'll be ending here shortly. Very shortly. All right, this should load the mini root over the network and boot into the installer. Oh, hold on. Okay. All right, I see the next thing in the instructions. It says, if you get errors or it otherwise fails, remove the leading slash. So... Oh, and it looks like, there we go. Okay, so I want to install system software, remote directory, Booterizer. All right, so 6.5.30 overlay disk 1 dist. and then hit enter. It is quite possible that, well, I mean, it should boot without the hard drive in it. Did I pick the wrong option, maybe? Install software. Oh, I just realized. Yeah, basically this is what it's doing. Yeah, I thought that I was showing the capture input because I thought we would see IRIX try to load. Yeah, I'm getting error boot file not set using default, and then it tells me unable to open SCSI disk 1 R disk partition 8. Well, I don't have a SCSI drive installed. Okay, remote directory. Oh, hold on. For some reason in their example output, it is the IP address of the Raspberry Pi. Which is 99. All right, I'm gonna try that because I can't see the chat. Yeah, it's okay. So the instructions are saying, so I should pick option 2 for installing system software. It helps to press the oh no, helps to make sure I got focus. Okay, remote directory, and then their example, the instructions say booterizer, but the example they show after this has an IP address. So I'm gonna try that. 192.0.2.99. That's the IP address of the Pi on the Ethernet interface. The remote directory. All right. For some reason, their example doesn't have the preceding slash, so I'm just going to try it with 6.5.30 slash overlay slash disk 1 slash dist. Enter to start. That's weird. I think I know what the problem is. Unfortunately, I don't think I can fix it tonight. I think this Ethernet cable's bad. Because I saw the Raspberry Pi's interface just like drop. Can the Pi ping the SGI? That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, should it be able to? No, it can't. But then again, the SGI is sitting at a um. What did I type something wrong, Joe? Okay. Yeah, I don't think the prom will ping. Oh. And it seems like the hmm. And it seems like the SGI is locked up. I guess I tried booting one too many times, or didn't like the ping. All right. Well, on that disappointing note, I think I'm going to have to draw the stream to a close because I think I I think I need to go find. Well, I'm not going to do it tonight. It'll be another stream, but I think I need to confirm I have a working Ethernet cable, which I'm suspecting this Ethernet cable might there might be something wrong with it. And it looks like I might need to double check that this Raspberry Pi is actually set up correctly because it seemingly it when it tries to boot, it can't find. I don't know. There's some error. I may have skipped an instruction. Anyways, it is way past when I normally stop. I'm glad you all stuck around this long, but I am going to have to draw this stream to a close. Unfortunately, I did not get it to boot tonight, but this will not be the end of the SGI shenanigans. So, anyways, I guess final reminder: Thursday I will not be live streaming. Next Tuesday, I think Tuesday. Okay, I haven't decided which will be which. So Tuesday, Thursday next week. One will be the Apple II Plus clone, and the other will be the cheap PC challenge. So, um, anyways, yeah, Justin, if you see something that I might need to know, you can reach out on Discord or Twitter or Mastodon or Discord or something because it's like almost 1 o'clock and I need to go to bed so I can go to work tomorrow. So, anyways, take care. Have a great rest of your evening, night, and I will see you all later. Bye. If I can find the button to click. There we go. There it is. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.